Hello! Happy Sunday, everyone. I hope you've had a good weekend so far. Welcome in. Let me see. Hello, Panis. Happy... Oh my god, you got the date correct! Spooky Sunday. Hello. Hello, Mikkels. Congrats on first. Hello, Irom. Hello, Nixoni. Hello, seriously, what the fuck, Clap. Hello, Uni. Hello, Jer. Hello, Trace. Hello, Miggles. Hello, Fita. Thank you for the 75 stream streak. I appreciate it. Hello, Lark. Hello, Derek. Hello, Austin. Hi. Also, thank you for the 65 stream streak, Derek. I appreciate it. And hello, Silile. I hope I said your name correctly. Hello. Welcome in. I hope you've all had a good weekend so far. It is an okay Sunday. I got some paperwork started that I've been actually dreading for the past month or so. I started it a month ago, and then I wanted to do it like basically every single week, and I didn't do it, and I started it today. And I'm hoping to get it done and finished by the end of next week. And that's only the beginning. There's so much more paperwork ahead of me, but I'm working my way through government paperwork. Yay! Oh, this is really fun. This is absolute torture. This is what Beato should be using on Batara, to have to do paperwork for the entirety of his whole life in hell. That's the type of punishment that they give you. Government paperwork. I love government paperwork. It's so fun. It's so enjoyable, especially when you're not even halfway finished and it's gonna be a back and forth between you and the government for like weeks and months. It's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really fun. But I'm probably gonna be done sometime this month with it. Hopefully, we'll see if I could even get it finished this year. And then there's more coming my way next year, so it's gonna be fun all around, unfortunately. But working my way through it and surviving until the end of it, hopefully. The Twitch subs are ruining your tax experience. Hello, Latai. I don't actually fill out any tax paperwork at all. It's optional here in Germany. You can do it. I mean, technically, since I'm gaining money from Twitch every now and then, I think I have to fill out tax paperwork, but I think it's not mandatory until a certain amount of money, and I'm not reaching that anytime soon, so I think I'm okay. I don't know. They haven't knocked on my door asking me to pay substantial amounts of money yet, so we'll see how long that goes well for. I don't know. I don't think I have to fill out anything for the tiny amount that I make from Twitch subs. I really love when it's a back and forth between two different government departments that spend months telling you that the whole thing is each other's problem. Yeah, that's really fun. The thing that I'm trying to do now, I don't really want to talk about it now because nothing is set in stone, but maybe when everything is set in stone, I can talk about it next year, at the end of next year. But the last time I tried to do this was a few years ago, and they kept, like, sending me letters saying that, oh, you missed sending us these and those forms, you didn't fill this out, but I did fill it out, and I sent them, like, basically everything that I can send them, but they kept, like, sending me letters saying that I didn't send it to them. And so eventually I just gave up and I didn't touch it for, like, years. And now that it's time to do it again, I'm trying my best to, like, include all the possible papers that they're asking from me. And, like, this is going to, like, a different government office, and then when I do the actual thing that I have to do, I have to send it to a different one, but it's too complicated to talk about it in such a vague way, but it's too much. It is a lot. I don't know why they make it so damn complicated to do this, but I guess they just want to screw you over. I don't know. It is so annoying. I thought you were evading taxes. I don't think I am. I think I looked it up when I started the affiliate thing on Twitch. And I'm pretty sure that I'm not reaching the required amount that you have to, you know, end up registering a business for. I think when you reach like 250 euros is when you have to start, you know, registering it as a business, and I'm not making anywhere near that. That's per month, by the way, and I'm not making anywhere near that from Twitch, so I'm making like 40 to 50 euros every 2 to 3 months, around there. So if you were wondering, that's the amount I'm getting every now and then. And it's because I think Twitch doesn't pay out the money until you reach like 50 euros. So I'm only getting it like every couple months, since I'm not reaching that amount every month. Just in case you were wondering. Hello, Taylor, welcome in. Spooky Incorporated. I should register this as my business. Spooky Inc. That'd kind of be funny, but also I don't want to have to fill out that paperwork. That sounds like a pain in the ass, and I don't want to have to pay taxes for this little hobby. It's not even a side hustle. This is a hobby. I'm doing this for fun. I'm not doing it for the money. You're not streaming from prison, essentially. Not yet. But we'll see. We'll see how it looks in a couple of years. Maybe I'll start streaming from prison. That'd be fun, no? That'd be a whole identity. The first Twitch streamer from prison. Yeah. First VTuber prisoner. I can commission an outfit where I'm wearing like prison attire. Isn't that fun? Spooky's planning something. Yeah, you know? The amount of times I talk about murdering people on stream, I will end up in prison one day or another. Just wait and see. It's not that far off into the future. Hello, Lyrian. Welcome in. Possibly to do with the elderly. Possibly. Or babies. Killing the elderly and babies. That'll land me in prison. Or tax evasion. We'll see. It's one or the other. Or both. I can also aim for both. Can I volunteer for prison? What do you want to volunteer for or for being killed? Spooky, who constantly discusses killing people, ends up in prison for tax evasion. That would kind of be ironic. That would be very ironic. Oh, I already have a headache from laughing. I have this issue when I'm wearing glasses and I start laughing, I get headaches, which is why I stopped wearing glasses while I stream, because I laugh too much. This is a very niche problem, and now I have a headache. There's actually glasses that you can wear that don't go behind your ears. They just like pinch your nose, which is kind of cool, but they look kind of stupid at the same time, and they don't seem that comfortable because they pinch your nose. Moe. Wasn't that how Al Capone got God? I don't even know who that is. I'm sorry. Is your frame too tight or something? I think it's just I have very sensitive ears, and also, I don't know, my head is very sensitive. I can't wear headphones that are too tight or anything. Even without glasses, everything is too sensitive, and the second I start laughing is, I don't know, it just starts hurting. I can't explain it. It's something I've lived with, and they adjusted my glasses so they're like very loose, which is why they constantly slide down my face, and that doesn't help. It doesn't help. At least I don't get like headaches when I don't laugh, which is a positive, but I still get a headache when I start laughing for some reason. I think you need some Kid Freestyle glasses. I do! I wish I could get some, but they're not that easy to get. And also, they look a little ridiculous in real life because it's kind of difficult to get them to attach to your nose. And I don't know, I have a very large, not large, that's not what I wanted to say. I guess you could say a large nose. I have a tall nose. It's pretty tall and kind of long. So I think it could work since it's not like the tiniest nose in the work. I feel like I could attach a pair of, they have a particular name, but it's like French. I don't want to butcher it, but I think this is how it's spelled. The sniffer. There you go. Big nose moment. I once looked into getting glasses that use straps, but apparently people don't really make stuff like that except prescription swimming goggles. Yep. There's like different types of glasses that you can get and like different types to like attach it to your face, but they're not all that common, unfortunately. Which is why I looked into getting contacts for a while, but unfortunately, oh yeah, I saw you're not a fan of contacts. I've never tried them, but I've been advised not to use them since I have extremely dry eyes and I've gotten like infections in my eyes from them being extremely dry. And basically oh god, what is it called? Like you have some pores in your eyes that like secrete this kind of liquid oil thing to keep your eyes moisturized, and mine kept getting clogged because, I don't know, genetics. Shitty fucking genetics. My dad has the same issue. So I unfortunately took that from birth. And my eyes do not like contacts, apparently. Or I wouldn't do well with contacts because that would dry them out even more. I don't know. I wanted to try it, but the last time I tried, my eyes literally said nope, and I had to get surgery on my eyes again. I've had to get surgery from like the pores getting blocked twice because the secretion wouldn't just start flowing naturally. It's a whole thing. It fucking sucks, and getting that surgery fucking sucks too, because I actually have a scar from the last surgery, which is really cool. They quite literally burn the thing away. It's difficult to explain, but they use like something to burn it off of your eye. It's fucked up. It is really fucked up. And then after a few weeks you can see normally again. But yeah, it's a whole ordeal. I'm sure you've always wanted to know this, and that's why you tuned into this stream, so you can hear about my fucked up eyes. You're welcome, by the way. Maybe a streaming helmet with a prescription visor. Yeah, I'm gonna commission something like that. I'm sure my what do you call them? Optician? Is that what you call them in English? I'm sure they would do that. The IRS got his ass. Always pay your taxes. Yeah, okay. Always pay your taxes. I'm scared. It's that bad. It is unfortunately that bad, but what can you do? I make do with glasses that slide down my face. So that's how it goes. Spooky's righteous eyes. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I haven't had issues with my eyes for like, I don't know, 2 years? 1.5 years? Something like that. So, you know, I've started blinking more to like, I don't know, not have my eyes get so dry and to not have like the liquid build up inside of the pores and stuff, because you're supposed to blink a lot, you know? Don't stare at your monitor all the time. You have to blink lots throughout the day so that shit doesn't happen to you, because it can happen to anyone. It doesn't have to be genetic. It can happen to anyone. So keep blinking a lot and you'll be okay, probably. So I don't know. I've started doing that a lot since I've started streaming, and I haven't had the issue of my eyes being super dry lately. Although, once I've started playing Bloodborne, I've noticed that my eyes have gotten a little bit more dry. That's because I literally don't blink when I'm fighting bosses. I'm like, my eyes are wide open. I'm focused. Anyway, let me switch over to Umineko. Let me disappear for a second. Do this, press this. Hello, I'm back. Open the game. There we go. Learn to cry on command. I actually cannot do that. I can think of sad things that will make me tear up a little bit, but I don't know if I can full on cry. I don't think I'm capable of doing that. Never stop blinking, never stop thinking, and it even rhymes. Eva-san. Eva-san. The ophthalmologist at my work convinced me not to do contacts just from all the gross emergency room stories she has. Oh yeah, I've heard some fucked up things that people who wear contacts have grown up having to get used to. And I don't know. It doesn't seem very fun. Like, I've had a friend who's been wearing contacts ever since she was like a little child, and she got used to them, but she still suffered from like contacts getting stuck behind her eye and her having such pain in the eyes because like the contacts slid down somewhere that they shouldn't have gone into, and it's kind of fucked up to get them back out. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm so sorry. There's some horror stories. It's kind of not nice. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that would happen to me, but it can happen to anyone. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop talking about that. Let's start talking about misogyny. The patriarchy instead. That's way more fun. Yeah, we started episode 3. I didn't get very far because I don't know. I feel like I was yapping for an eternity last stream. But we had the whole scene with Eva getting basically insulted by Klaus and Kinzo, which was a combo that was foreseeable. And then we saw young Eva, who had the dream of basically crushing Klaus and becoming the Ushiromiya family head. So that was kind of cool. And also we had young Eva with the bright blue eyes. And also we had Beato's master, who was also called Beatrice, and she had white hair, and she was very cool. And yeah, she was awesome. It is terrifying, and you should maybe wear glasses instead. Hello, Grok. Welcome in. Any theories, Spooky? I have some, like, vague theories. I'm not really that good at theory crafting. But I feel like I can say more after the end of this stream. I feel like I want to see some more of the themes that show up in here. But I feel like the whole battle thing that we saw in the beginning, it was kind of confusing. She seemed to have been a human for sure, and she seems to have been... I'm not sure where that whole scene took place, but I'm gonna assume it was Rokenjima. And she seemed to have been living there in this mansion maybe, or a similar place. And she also seems to have had a grandfather who seems to have been a little weird. Which is why I thought that the whole beginning scene was about Jeshka or something, someone who was living there with Kinzo. But it doesn't seem to have been Jeshka. It was clearly Beato, so she seems to have been living in a similar situation. So I don't know. She definitely is a human who maybe has had some magical training, something like that. And she seems to have chased after... What did she say? Eternal bliss? Happiness? Something like that. And, which is why she pursued the whole magic thing. But it doesn't seem like she wound up finding it. She seems pretty miserable if you ask me. So I'm gonna assume that the human Beato has gone through some shit. Whether it be due to Kinzo or just family stuff. And, I'm gonna assume that she kinda separated the whole witch part of hers, like Rika and maybe Takano have done. Which is why there's the whole witch battle. I don't know, that's my theory, but that's not going anywhere, really. That's just some general ideas I have in my mind based off of, you know, what we've seen. And I'm pretty sure that all the murders can be solved with human actions, but I don't know how to solve them yet, especially not episode 2 murders. I haven't thought too much about episode 1 murders yet, but maybe if I think about it a bit, I'll have some theories for episode 1 at least as well. But I haven't thought too much about episode 2 murders and closed room shenanigans. But yeah, I'll think about it a little more. But the overall thing that I'm mostly interested in is what is up with Beato, so that's what I've been mostly focusing on. But yeah. And I think I have my theory for episode 3 in particular is that this is gonna be all about Eva and that she's gonna be the adult to survive until the end. And that she's probably gonna try her best to take over as the family head. But so far, all of them have kind of ended up dying. So I'm gonna assume she's also gonna die this time. And Beato's gonna end up winning this game round again. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Also, hello, Kuro. Welcome in. I'm gonna root for her as long as she doesn't torment Maria. Yeah, I think I'm also rooting for her. I don't really hate Eva that much. I used to kind of dislike her in the beginning, and she says some fucked up shit, you know? But she isn't outright abusing anyone, at least not physically. She's verbally abusing people, but I kind of like that. I think that's kind of cool. And I've started liking her because, I don't know. The more you know about her, the more likable she becomes and more tragic. She's also a very tragic character, as most of the female characters are in this game, I feel like. This being the Eva episode was also my prediction at this point in time. I mean, yeah, it seems highly likely. We've had 2 female characters that the focus was like kind of on. Natsuki less so than Rosa, for example, but with the whole intro, I feel like it's pretty obvious that this will probably be about Eva. Verbal abuse is cool. Hello, Flea Flicker. Hi. That's... No, listen, when it's directed... No, I don't know. It's... Okay, she's a beautiful woman, okay? When it comes from beautiful women, I feel like it's okay. I don't mind. That's why I like Beato insulting Batara in particular, but I don't particularly love that Eva is insulting other women. But, you know, it's coming from a place of abuse, so... I don't know, I'm trying to make it sound okay. It's not really that okay, but I like her. It's hard to explain why I like it. It makes her likable. No! I hate that she does it to Natsuhi and Shannon, but... She's still cool. She's a baddie, and that makes her cool. I don't know. It's not cool when Rosa does it, but when Eva does it, it's kind of okay. Sort of. A little bit. A tiny bit. It's more okay. It's okay when beautiful women do it. And, you know, I will stand behind that quote. If you sound like Eva-ne-san, verbal abuse is cool. Sort of. Would it be cool when Rosa does it if she had a hot outfit? No. Unfortunately, there's nothing Rosa can do that would make it okay. Or cool. Unfortunately, Rosa is just too unlikable when it comes to that. I don't know why. I have to think about why I'm such a hypocrite when it comes to those two, but I don't know. My heart just says it's okay when Eva does it, but when Rosa does it, it kind of sucks. A little more. Flirting versus sexual harassment with Eva and Rosa, kind of. Sounds like hypocrisy to me. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm biased. I'm not perfect. I'm a hypocrite. Unfortunately, I'm only a silly little human being that is a little bit of a hypocrite. Hypocrite. What? Hypocrite. Anyway, let me be more of a hypocrite as I play this. Eva-ne-san... Oh, I skipped it. I touched my mouse. Eva-ne-san, it looks like we're about to arrive. When Kiryu shook her shoulders, Eva jumped and awoke from her doze. I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Sorry to scare you. It's kind of interesting, not interesting, but I guess more so funny that the VA for Takano also voices Eva, and there's also a scene in Higurashi, I'm not going to spoil which one, but where you learn a little bit more about Takano, and she also wakes up from a dream, kind of similar to this, and kind of just gave me whiplash to when you learn a little bit more about her. I think the physical aspect of the abuse makes it so you can't just think of it like a retcon cartoon villain evil. Yeah, I agree. Especially when it's directed towards a little kid who will be scarred for life. Like, Shannon is already a young adult. Not that it doesn't matter and that she should be abused or that it's fine. And Natsu is also like an adult. I don't know. It gets much more serious when it's directed towards a little kid who's only 9 years old, and also you're her mother. So it's kind of different in that aspect. Insulting a stranger or a random family member versus actually abusing someone day to day, physically and mentally, is kind of different. Saying the odd shitty thing every now and then versus continuous abuse is what I think is the difference for me. But Chanan has been working there since a young age. Yeah, but do you think that Eva has been ganging up on her since a young age? We only saw her say shitty things to her once. I'm sure she hasn't been treated, the best. Yes. Okay, maybe a little bit, but I don't know. Whatever, rolls eyes. Sorry to scare you.
Eva-oba-san, ぐっすりでしたね。
Aunt Eva, you were out cold.
朝はだいぶ早かったんすか?
Did you get up early this morning?
まあね。
Maybe.
恥ずかしいところを見せちゃったわ。
I let you all see something
ご
embarrassing.
めんなさい。
I'm sorry.
眠れるくらい余裕があるのは大したもんだぜ。
Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive you were relaxed enough to sleep.
バートラなんかずっと落ちるーったの、沈むーったの。
Batra kept yelling, we're gonna fall! We're gonna drown!
まったく退屈しないやつだぜ。
Can't get bored with this guy around.
うるせえな。
Shut up.
人間誰しも苦手の一つや二つくらいあるもんだぜ。
All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Batra and Jeshka came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face, as if asking, are you okay?
しっかりしろよ。
Get a hold of yourself.
親父たちの顔を見れば眠気もすっ飛ぶさ。
When you see dead and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window.
せいぜいお互い頑張ろうぜ。
Let's all give it our best, okay?
そうね。
That's right.
特に今年はしっかりしないとね。
We have to keep it together, especially this year. They have to lock in. It's worse when Maria is mistreated because she's a person, a member of the illustrious Oshiromiya family even, whereas Shannon is just furniture. No! Why is Jeshka on the boat? That's actually a fair question. Doesn't she live there? I don't know, maybe she met them where the plane landed and is picking them up, so to say. I think that's what she did in episode 1. She met them and then went to join them on the boat ride.
だな。お互いケツの穴を引き締めてかかろうぜ。
That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Rudolph said those strict words in a small voice that only Eva could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well.
母さん、荷物を持つよ。
Mom, I have our luggage.
甲板に上がろう。
Let's go up on the deck.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ジョージは本当に気が利くわね。
You really are considerate, Joji.
どうして急にお礼なんか。
Why are you thanking me so suddenly?
母さんらしくもない。
It's not like you, Mother.
エヴァ、ジョージ、到着やで。
We're there.
荷物をまとめるんや。
Grab our luggage.
到着
We're there. We're there. I wonder if this is going to be the one episode where we don't see Rosa abusing Maria. Crossing my fingers, hoping for the best. Hello, Gray. Welcome in. Right, Kumasawa joined them too. True.
こらマリア。
Hey, Maria.
転ぶから走るのやめなさい。
Stop running or you'll trip. It seemed Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. Gulp.
どうしたの、母さん。
What is it, Mother?
具合悪いの？
Do you feel sick?
ジョージ、荷物を持って先に行ってなさい。
Joji, take our luggage and go on ahead.
母さんは貧血だろ。わしが肩を貸すわ。
Your mother is probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand.
そ
Really?
う、わかったよ。先に行ってるよ。
Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Eva's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made Joji go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rosa's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Eva and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Eva had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream.
どないしたんや。
What's wrong?
神妙な顔して。
Why the meek face?
私ジョージを自分の復讐の道具にしてたんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if I'm using Joji as a tool for my own revenge.
私の兄さんに対する子供じみた敵対心のせいであの子の人生を自分のおもちゃにしてしまってはいないかしら。
I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan caused me to treat that child's life like a toy.
ああ、私はなんてことなんてことを。
What have I done? What have I...
そんなことあらへん。
That isn't true.
ジョージはどこに出しても恥ずかしゅうないわしらの自慢の息子や。
Joji's our wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes.
仮にエヴァの思惑が多少混じっとったとしても結果オーライっちゅうもんやないか。
Eva, even if you let your own hopes get in the way a bit, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it?
エヴァはな、もう悪うない。
You haven't done anything wrong.
むしろジョージは厳しくしつけてくれたと感謝しとるくらいやで。
In fact, Joji is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right?
本当に
Really?
ねえ本当
Hey, really?
ジョージは私のこと嫌な母さんだと思ってないかしら。ね
Joji doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he?
えねえね
Does he? Does he? Does he?
そんなことただの一度も口にしたことあらへんで。
He's never said anything like that, not even once.
エヴァの杞憂や。
You're just worrying too much.
秀吉様
I don't know, I feel like Joji seems pretty stable. He hasn't complained a single time about his parents. He knows they're kind of strict, but, you know, aside from trying to convince them to let him marry Shannon, it doesn't seem like he has any big issues with them or anything. It kind of seems like he's the happiest out of all the children. I don't know. Cousins, rather. The fun start always gets me whiplash from the end of the previous episode. Yeah, it's kind of similar to how Higurashi was always kind of extreme, and then you went straight into like friend gem. At least Umineko starts with a semi-heavy topic. You know, we had the whole battle scene, and then we had the scene with Eva and Kinzo and Klaus, which I wouldn't necessarily describe as fun. I feel like it was more extreme in Higurashi.
皆様下船なさっておりますよ。
Hideyoshi-sama, everyone has left the boat.
おや何か落とし物ですか？
Oh, did you lose something?
お手伝いしましょうか？
Do you need a hand? Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen.
ああ、すまんな。
Yeah,
ちょ
sorry.
っとわしのネクタイピンがいかれてもうてな。
My necktie pin just got a bit crooked.
もう大丈夫や。すぐ行くで。
We're fine, and we'll be out in a sec.
外で待っててや。
Wait outside for us.
そうですか。
Is that so?
それでは表でお待ちいたしております。
Then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too.
そろそろ行こうか。
It's about time to go.
ジョージたちを心配させてまうで。
We'll make Joji and the rest worry.
私本当にジョージに恨まれてない。
Joji really doesn't despise me?
あ
Yeah,
あ、恨まれてなんかあらへん。
nothing of the sort.
むしろ感謝しとるぞ。
In fact, he's very grateful. I don't know, I kind of like how self-aware she is and how her trauma and what she has gone through in her childhood would affect her child. It's kind of nice to see. It's kind of refreshing. Joji has somewhat less shitty Ushiromiya parents. He has a fiance. He's a trust fund kid who doesn't act like an entitled prick. He just can't stop winning. I mean, I don't know if I would say he's winning, considering the type of family that he finds himself in, but you know, he's doing pretty okay, I would say. He also has like ambitions and dreams for the future he's working towards. Seems like he got his shit together at the very least. Hideyoshi, best husband and dad. I think he's pretty decent. I like him. They make a good couple, even, you know, even though they went through an arranged marriage.
悪い夢でうなされたんか。
Did you have a nightmare?
また。
Again? Also, they talk about their feelings. How much better can it get? Yes. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Klaus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child.
それは夢や。
That was a dream.
わしが一緒にいる。
I'm with you now.
こうして手をギュッと握っとったら、そんな夢もどっか行ってしまうで。
If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away.
な、
Right?
ほら。
Look,
うん
I'm holding tight.
痛いわ。
That
あ
hurts.
りがとう。
Thank you.
もう平気よ。
I'm fine now.
降りましょう。
Let's get off the boat.
あ
Yeah,
あ、降りようか。
let's get off the boat.
みんな待たせてるで。
Everyone's waiting for us.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ん？
さっき、あなたのタバコの煙のこと、怒鳴ってごめんなさい。
I'm sorry that I yelled at you about the smoke from your cigarettes just now.
普段ならそんなことで謝らんくせに。
Come on. You normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing.
悪い夢見た後のお前は気弱でいかん。
You're all frail after having that dream.
気にするなや。
Don't worry about it.
お前に煙が届いていることを気づかんかったわしが悪いんや。
I was wrong for not realizing that smoke was affecting you.
私のこと嫌いになった。
Have you started to hate me?
ならんならん。
No way, no way.
この程度で嫌いなんて言うとったら3日もたんで。
If I hated you after something like that, we wouldn't have lasted 3 days.
ささ、たったたった。
Come on, stand up, stand up.
折れるで、折れるで。
Let's get off the boat. Man, this whole scene is actually super
秀
sweet.
吉様エヴァ様
That made me really happy. It's kind of sad to see Natsuhi doesn't really have someone that she can lean on. She has a horrible relationship with her daughter, and also her husband is kind of an ass, and she is the one providing support for him, even though he doesn't appreciate her at all. And then you also have Rosa, who has not really anyone to lean on. Seems like the marriage that she had kind of fell apart, which probably didn't help. And I don't know, she kind of lets it all out on her daughter, so she kind of doesn't have the best relationship with her daughter either. But Eva seems to have a really supportive husband, and also she seems to get along with Joji really well, which is kind of nice. They make for a nice family. At least right now. I hope Joji doesn't die this time around, because I don't want to see her have to struggle with that. That would be heartbreaking. I would actually die on the inside. I don't want to see that. I don't know, I think Joji dating someone as lowly as Shannon likely feels like him trying to get back at her for this. I don't know. Doesn't really seem that way. Eva has that Yuri thing going on with Natsuhi, so the more I think about it, the more I realize she's the cool aunt of the family. I wish she would be this nice to other women, and I have the feeling that maybe if she comes to terms with the internalized misogyny that she unfortunately had to grow up with and get accustomed to, that she'll, you know, start treating other women nicer as well. Rosa can shove it. Real and true. It's funny, the person who supported Natsuhi the most was freaking Kinzo. It is kind of messed up, but it seems like Kinzo is kind of supportive towards the women and the family on the night that all the killing starts. He was also kind of nice to Rosa, I think, or nice enough to let her into the room and talk to her and also give her the gun and everything. You never have seen the cousins die before the parents? Yeah, I think, well, Joji died last time as well, right? Yeah, he did die, but he died after Eva and Hideyoshi had already died too, so maybe this time around Joji will die beforehand, which would be very messed up, but interesting to see regardless.
大丈夫ですか?
Hideyoshi-sama, Eva-sama, is everything alright?
お体が優れませんか?
Are you not feeling well? This time it was Goda. It looked like that kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Because that wasn't something a good wife would do.
大丈夫ですか?
Is everything okay?
体調が気になられるようでしたら、南條先生をお呼びしましょうか?
If it's a matter concerning your health, shall I call Dr. Nanjo?
ありがとう。
Thanks.
ちょっと貧血気味でね。
But I'm just feeling a little anemic.
もう大丈夫よ。
I'm fine now.
婦人病中やっちゃ。
It's a woman's disease.
気にせんといてや。
Don't worry about it. I don't know how true that is, my guy, but sure.
も
Come on.
う、そんなの人に言わないでよ。恥ずかしいわ。
Don't say stuff like that in front of other people. It's embarrassing.
おお、すまんすまん。
Ah, sorry. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. Meow, meow, meow. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand.
どうぞエヴァ様、
Please,
お
Eva-sama,
手を。
your hand.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
六軒島へようこそいらっしゃいました。
Welcome to Rokenjima.
おかえりなさい。
Oh! Welcome back. I got an achievement. I got Welcome to Rokenjima, Island of the Witch. Please make it back in one piece and or enjoy your stay. And it has young Eva as the image for the achievement. That's so cute. And I think that was also young Eva's voice just now. When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she'd heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant.
私は何のために生きてる
What am I living for?
の？何をどうすれば私はこの妄執から解き放たれるというの？
What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself, and Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders. His firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Man, I love this track. It's so nice. Hello, KVC Jazz. Welcome in. Here comes the cook to butter up the guests. And he does it really well. He does it so good. Man, I really like Goda now. What one single episode can do for character development when you don't only see their bad sides. Man, I wanted to hear that track a little bit more. That's okay. This one is also good. All of them are good, really. Look at the bright blue sky. Isn't that wonderful? You won't be seeing this for the next 2 days.
6年前のことか。
What, you mean 6 years ago?
何しろ6年って言ったら小学校丸々一つ分じゃねえか。
I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right?
覚えてろってのが酷な話だぜ。
It's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think?
そうだね。
True.
特に若かった僕たちにとっては大きな成長の6年間だったはずだからね。
Especially because we were so young, we've grown a lot in these 6 years.
案外自己紹介がなかったら思い出せなかったんじゃないかい？
If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you.
そうかな。
Really?
私はバトラだってすぐに分かったぜ。
I figured he was Batara right away. I mean, he has bright red hair. It's kind of hard not to remember him.
口を聞いてさらに確信できたぜ。
And when he opened his mouth, I was sure.
おお、マリア、初めて会った。
I just met him for the first time.
6年前わかんない。
Didn't know him 6 years ago.
そうですよね。
That's right.
マリア様はまだ3つでしたものね。
Maria-sama was only 3 years old then.
それを言われたら俺もだぜ。
Well, the same goes for me.
3歳の頃しか知らないマリアがこんなに大きく成長してるんだから、そりゃわからねえわけだぜ。
I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, of course I wouldn't recognize her. Please don't say anything unhinged. Begging. More Gora this episode would be very welcome. Agreed. That's the kind of line I'd use if I was someone pretending to be Batara, like Rosa suggested. I'm kind of keeping that in my mind. I don't think it's actually true. That seems very far-fetched. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me since I'd been away for 6 years.
しかし本当に背が伸びたね。
Still, you've really gotten tall.
僕も低いつもりはないけど、とにかくその身長には驚いたよ。
I wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me.
そうですね。6年前のバトラ様をよく覚えておりますが、それでも驚くくらいでした。
That's right. I remember well what Batara-sama was like 6 years ago, but I was surprised even so.
だな。
Yeah, seriously.
6年前のバトラからは想像がつかないくらいだったぜ。
I can hardly believe this is the same Batara we knew back then.
みんな案外6年も前のことなんか覚えてるもんだな。
I'm surprised how much everyone remembers about it.
俺なんかかなり記憶があやふやだってのによ。
My memory's all hazy.
だろうな。
Yeah, I'll bet.
私たちのことを思い出すのに少し時間をかけてたみたいだもんな。
Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us.
あれはちょっと傷つくぜ。
You know, that hurts a bit.
いや、さすがに6年前だぜ。
Come on, this was 6 years ago, right?
覚えてろって方が無理があるぜ。
I'm the one who has it bad being forced to remember.
6年前のことですと、あまり覚えてはおられないのですか？
Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago?
私はつい昨日のことのように鮮明に覚えておりますが。
I can remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday.
シャノンは記憶力がいいからね。
Well, your memory is great after all.
6年前にバトラ君がどんなことをしていたとか言っていたとかよく覚えてるんじゃないかい？
You remember the kind of things Batara did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? I guess furniture has pretty good memory, huh? I think the scene was normal, okay. We switched the narrator back to Batara? Yeah, it seems to kind of switch back and forth between some characters. Sometimes it's unclear who the narrator even is. They're kind of really leaning on the whole thing that he doesn't have a lot of memories, which is making me think that maybe there could be something fishy going on with his, I don't know, experience from 6 years ago, but I don't don't think it's actually a different person. I think this is the same Batara. It's deliberate sometimes, yeah.
そういやそうだよな。
Come to think of it, that's right.
シャノンって妙なところで記憶力がいいんだよな。
Shannon's memory can be incredible when you at least expect it.
マリア覚えるの下手くそ。
Oh, I'm horrible at remembering.
楽しいことはスイスイ覚えるけど、つまんないのは全然ダメ。
I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. I have a horrible memory myself, I get it. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that.
シャノン、ちなみに6年前のバトラはどんなだったんだ？
Shannon, by the way, what was Batara like 6 years ago?
何かエピソードを覚えてないのかよ。
Remember any interesting episodes?
そうですね。
Let's see.
確か、お帰りの際はこうおっしゃっていました。
I'm sure he said something like this when he left.
また来るぜ。See you again.
That's really cute. I'll be back. See you again.
きっと白馬にまたがって迎えに来るぜ。
I'll surely come for you riding a white horse.
Yeah!
That's so cute. That's really, really cute. Stop it. It's so embarrassing. Sounds just like something you'd say. That's the line of my Discord status. Oh yeah, you're right. See you again.
確かにそんな感じだった。6年前のバトラはそんな感じのバカっぽいセリフばかり言ってたぜ。
Yeah, I remember you always used to be full of those stupid lines, Batara. Oh man, they're so cute. He's like, you were flirting with my now girlfriend. How funny.
確かに当時のバトラ君がいかにも言いそうだな。
He's laughing, but look at his face. He's clearly not having a good time. It really does sound like something Batara-kun would have said back then.
恥ずかしい？恥ずかしい？
Embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Yeah, she would ride here with a white horse. Yeah.
最高に恥ずかしいぜ。
Horribly embarrassing.
マリアもきっと中学くらいになったらそういう恥ずかしいことが口にしたくなるからな。
Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing stuff like that.
そういう時は口に出す前にチラシの裏に書いて3度読み直してから口にすべきかどうか考えるんだぞ。
When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud.
じゃねえときっと後悔するからな。
If you don't, you'll definitely regret it.
いや、誰しもがそういう痛々しい時代をくぐり抜けていくのだ。
Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period.
そうさ。そして身の程を知り、恥を覚えて大人になるんだ。
That's right. That's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult.
そうさ。これは大人への過渡期なら、誰もが犯す青春の甘酸っぱくて恥ずかしい消し去りたい記憶なんだ。
Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. A memory you just want to forget. That's the experience, man. Even now, like, I have things that I said a couple years ago and I'm like, maybe I should throw myself off the bridge next time I say something like that. But, we live and learn, something like that. Something Sonic song, yeah, listen to that a couple times and then you'll accept that, everyone is cringe all the time. And you never really learn, but you keep on going. Or maybe Batara's struggling to remember because he's actually 3,000 loops deep at this point. That's actually an interesting thought. Never thought about it that way. Batara, think before you speak, Ushiromiya. He never thinks before he speaks. Yet he's giving this advice. You must be cringe sometimes in order to grow as a person. Agreed. After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking, so I didn't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it. Shaking your hand, Batara.
シャーノン、他にも何か恥ずかしいことは覚えてないのかよ。
Shannon, do you remember any other embarrassing stuff?
まあ他にもいろいろと覚えておりますけれど。
Yes, well, I remember a few other things, but...
ご本人もお忘れになりたいことみたいなので、これ以上は遠慮させていただきたいと思います。
Since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying any more.
ぶっちゃけると、俺はもう何も覚えてないんだ。
To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all.
頼むから思い出させないでくれ。
Please don't make me remember.
おお、シャノンがバトラーをいじめてる？
Shannon's bullying Batara.
ダメ。
You can't.
いじめはいけないの。
You shouldn't bully people.
別にいじめてるわけじゃないんだよ。
She isn't really bullying
こ
him.
の話はこれくらいにしようか。
Let's leave it at that, okay?
でもシャノン、後でバトラ君のいないところでこっそり教えてね。
They're basically bullying him. But Shannon, you'll have to tell me all about it sometime Batara isn't around.
なんだか面白そうだから。
It sounds pretty interesting.
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly.
そりゃねえぜ、シャノンちゃんよ。
No, you can't, Shannon-chan! For a while, Joji and Iki laughed at me, as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. He's been killed multiple times in between loops. I wonder if that counts versus the other thing. That's even worse somehow, you know, and he seems to come back with the memory of having been basically picked apart and killed over and over again. That's kind of messed up. Maria has his back. That's so cute. I really like the relationship between Maria and Batara. In the beginning, you know, episode 1 was kind of rough on them. But they seem to grow a little bit closer as the episodes go on, and she's standing up for him quite a bit, which I think is very sweet, and he does the same in return, you know? When Rosa was about to beat Maria's ass in episode 2 in the end, he hugged her, and you know, they were cheering each other up, and it was very sweet. Joji looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and Joji and Nikki and Shannon-chan joined in. This left me and Jeshka off to the side, so I asked her secretively. I cannot talk today.
ジェシカ、ジョージの兄貴ってさ、シャノンちゃんと付き合ってたりする？
Hey Jeshka, is Joji and Nikki, going out with Shannon-chan?
おお、なになんでわかったんだよ。
What the? How'd you guess?
バトラお前、見かけより人を見てんな。
Batara, you've got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh? What?
俺、冗談で言ったつもりだったんだけど、本当に付き合ってんのかよ。
I was just kidding, but they're actually going out?
声が大きいって。
Your voice is too loud.
一応内緒の付き合いってことらしいぜ。
It looks like they're keeping it a secret for now, okay?
特にエヴァおばさんの耳には入れない方がいいよ。
It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially Aunt Eva.
なるほど。
I see.
使用人との恋か。
Love with a servant, huh?
いや、でも、いつの間に？
Yeah, but since when?
はあ、6年ってすげえな。
Phew, I guess a lot can happen in 6 years.
でも確かに兄貴なら人間もできてるし、シャノンちゃんも優しくて海外しそうだし。
But yeah, Aniki's an amazing person, and Shannon-chan seems to be kind and brave.
お似合いかもな。
So, they might actually make a pretty good match. Can you imagine trying to play on the beach in a full French maid outfit? All those ruffles? The sand would get stuck everywhere. I don't know. Seems also kind of heavy to move around in. Doesn't seem very practical. Chochi is always flirting with his cousins. That's kind of what it sounded like, but I don't think that's what he's doing. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see. She really fits well with Joji Aniki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I get it, Batora. I get it. I can't take it.
兄貴たち、付き合ってどのくらいになるんだ？
How long have they been going out?
どの段階から付き合ってると呼ぶのかにもよるだろうけど、確実に1年以上は続いてると思うぜ。
That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year.
双方片思い時代を含めると数年になるんじゃねえのかな。
But if you count the times they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between the lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were already engaged.
6年
They might be at this point. Who knows? He does it differently every time. 6 years ago, huh?
でっけえ月日だな。
That's a long time.
俺にとってのこの6年は何だったんだ？
What did those 6 years mean to me?
図体がでかくなっただけだな。
I've just gotten taller.
親父との親子喧嘩で意地を張り合ううちに6年も経っちまったってだけのくだらない時間だったな。
It was just a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad.
バートラの方こそどうなんだよ。
What about you, Batora?
彼女とかできたのかよ。
You got a girlfriend?
さて、どうだろう？
I wonder.
一緒に遊ぶ女の子は何人かいるぜ。
There's a few girls that I have fun with.
だけど、オンリーワンって関係はまだねえな。
But there's no only one. Well, you have your only one coming up. It's, Beato. I actually didn't expect him to have any experience in that department. Batora liked Shannon. I mean, how old was he 6 years ago? If he's 18 now, that means he was 12. I guess that's kind of old enough to have a proper first crush on someone. That's kind of cute. It's way better when Batora is on the receiving end of the emotional nagging. He makes it weird when he's dishing out. Yeah. I think it's funny when he's taking in some emotional bullying. I do not believe him. I kind of do. When he says have fun with, he means group karaoke. I don't know, I can see him fooling around with a few girls. He's also like... He seems like the type of guy to go out and drink when he's not allowed to have drinks yet. And I don't know if he dyed his hair red or if it's just naturally red, but he kind of seems like the delinquent type of guy. Like the nice type of delinquent. I feel like he could mess around here and there. I can see it happening.
俺がお子様なんだろうよ。
I guess I'm just a kid.
誰かと二人っきりでいるより、みんな大勢でワイワイやってる方が楽しいように思えるんだ。
I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person.
ああ、そりゃなんともバトラらしいぜ。
That's so you, Batora.
でも、女友達との関係はちゃんとしっかりしておけよ。
But take your relationships with your female friends seriously.
女の思い込みとコミュニティは怖えぜ。
When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know?
勝手にバトラーをめぐって暗闘が繰り広げられて、勝手に誰かが泣いたり傷ついたりしているかもしれないぜ。
They might be having secret feuds over you behind your back with people getting hurt or crying. I feel like as an Ushiromiya, his ass would have gotten beaten if he dyed his hair. Yeah, I guess it must be natural then. I don't see him really, you know, messing around seriously with any people, any girls in particular, but I feel like he would flirt with some girls here and there. I don't know if he ever, I don't know, I don't see him like making out with several girls. That'd be kind of fucked up. I think that would have gotten him in some trouble. But, you know, just flirting here and there, I can see it. Holy Batara, maybe shipping him with the Sin Sisters is the most canon. I don't know. I feel like he gets along well with Beato, no? Maybe it's because I've seen my fair share of shipping fan art between the two, but I can see it. They're both kind of freaky. And I feel like they would get along well. They're kind of building a relationship of their own. I can see them getting along well in that sense. He's also very compassionate. He's very kind. I feel like he would be able to understand what she went through, maybe. He's a main character. He has to have colorful hair. Keiichi didn't have colorful hair. He has brown hair. If that was the case, then I guess Mion or Shion would have to be the main characters. They have the most colorful hair, in my opinion. Even Rika's hair could be interpreted as being black or something. Until she kills him over and over. Maybe he's into that. They have lots of chemistry, plus Beato even lets him call her by her nickname. Yeah. And you know, she has some freaky thing going on with him. I don't know. I can see it. Hello, Amadis. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Keiji has beautiful green eyes. That's true. Rika sort of main character. Blue hair fits. I don't know. There's more of a focus on her towards the end, but I wouldn't say that she's necessarily the main character of the story. I don't think there's only one main character in Higurashi. All of them are kinda important. That's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's this all about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? Maybe he really is poly. Who knows? It's probably because you've never found a partner like that, Batara. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You've just gotta wait patiently. He could become the second yearner for Beato, I can see it. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Jeshka, not obvious at all. Huh, me? No, come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about, but you haven't been able to confess to him yet. Something like that. No, that's not,
どうでもいいだろ
Shut up! Who cares about that? I love her. She's too cute.
話を振ってきたのはそっちのくせに。なんで俺が逆ギレされなきゃならねえんだ。
If you're the one who brought it up, why are you yelling at me now?
女って生き物は質問ばかりで。そのくせ、自分が質問に答えることは決してないんだよな。
Women are creatures who always ask questions and yet almost never answer them.
ずるい生き物だぜ。まったく。
What cruel creatures. Seriously.
もう
Well,
そのよ 告白はさ
I did try
一度はしたんだよ。
to confess once.
まあその盛大に空振りでさ。
Well, I struck up pretty badly.
ごめんなさい。てか
Did you get an I'm sorry?
いやその
No, it was actually much worse. She got an I'm a furniture, so I can't actually be with you. Sorry, I'm furniture, I can't possibly love you. When you confess, but he keeps calling himself a chair. Somehow it's worse. Matara's right. Spooky's always asking when she gets to kill people, but never does. Not quite. You don't know that. Maybe I have killed 1 or 2 people. You never know. Milady, I can't be with you because I'm just a thing that can copy human emotions. It is very sad.
まあその私がすごく一方的だったんで面食らわれたというのかな。
No, well, my feelings were seriously one-sided, and they didn't really know how to respond, I guess.
そういう対象だとも思われてなかったという雰囲気。
It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Man, that isn't even true! He gave her the completely wrong impression. That's so sad. Ah, and there's an ad break too. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I took a little bit longer because my stomach was growling, so I grabbed a snack. I forgot to eat lunch because I was so focused on my paperwork stuff. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate and for the posture check. I did that. And welcome back to you too.
そりゃあそうだろうよ。
Well, I can understand
お前
that.
の言葉遣いは男勝りだからな。
Oh my god. You talk like a man after all. Why would you say that, Batora?
もうちょいおしとやかにしないと男心をくすぐらないぜ。
If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest.
いややっぱりその
Is it really...
私みたいな言葉遣いじゃ
Is the way I speak
悪いかな。
really that bad? No. It's not. It's perfect.
ん？なあ、その言葉遣いが全てじゃないだろうが、お前みたいな普段の言葉遣いが悪いやつが。
Well, how you talk isn't everything, but when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech...
急にまともな言葉で話すように努力し始めたら、そういう気概みたいなもんで、ドキッときちまう男もいるかもな。
Suddenly start working hard to talk more normally. Well, there are guys out there whose heart will skip a beat when they see how determined you are.
そうなんだ。
Is that really true?
そうか。
I see. Yeah. Dishka suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see. Even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close Joji, Aniki, and Shannon-chan have gotten, I also kind of want to find a girlfriend. Beato's right there, man. Back to killing him. True. She is fine. She doesn't have to change. Dishka and Eva are kindred spirits, but because of the setting, they're not capable of understanding each other. I agree. There's a lot of similarities between the two. He understands Gap Moe. I mean, it would be very cute, you know, when she usually talks in a more rough way and being shy and all. I mean, that's kind of how tsunderes work, right? She's a little bit of a tsundere, so I get it. It's kind of cute. It's kind of moe, but both fine. Both ways are fine. She talks tomboyish delinquent. No idea how much one would care if they liked her. It doesn't matter if you like that person, you know? Nothing sexier than not being yourself. I love your fake personality that you've built up just to get close to me and get me to date you. Amazing. Perfect. Break the cycle of furniture-loving Batra. Aim for the witch. Aim higher. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer, but even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. Yeah, maybe you should do that, my guy.
ところで、
By the way,
ジョージの兄貴は使用人のシャノンちゃんと付き合ってるわけだが、
it looks like Joji Aniki's going out with a servant.
まさかジェシカまでってことはないよな。
Don't tell me it's the same for you, okay. Kill him. You know, at least he's trying to better himself. I wonder if this is like... This is like Rukishi admitting that he's a boob guy. Batara always talks about the boobs. I don't think Keiichi ever talked about anything other than the boobs either. I have a feeling that Rukishi might be a boobs kind of guy if he takes these guys as his self-insert and makes them say shit like this. Read her like a book. Yeah, it's Goda. She has a thing for Goda. Or Genji, maybe? Insane. I can't believe it. Why do you think that?
そういや、バラ庭園で挨拶したカノン君って若い子。
Come to think of it, that kid Kanon-kun who greeted us in the rose garden.
口下手だからって、ジェシカ、やたらとかばってたよな。
You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not. Now you're getting paranoid.
じゃあさ、これだけは教えろよ。
Then tell me just one thing.
今、この瞬間、
Right now,
ジェシカが狙ってる男は半径1キロ以内にいるか？
is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of this spot? Well, about that, I wonder... Kanon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend. So, judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Ushiromiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that two pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to Joji Aniki and Chanon-chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Chanon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious Joji. And a relationship between Jeshka and Kanon-kun would probably be just full of difficulties. Aunt Natsuhi was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jeshka's husband would probably be the head of the Ushiromiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. That is actually... I didn't think about that. That's actually awful. I think they would actually kill Kanon.
ま、人の恋路なんてそれぞれさ。
I don't think Patra is a self-insert. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see down the line. I feel like Keiichi was a little bit of a self-insert for Rukishi. Well, most of the male characters in Higurashi kind of were when they were starting to say some messed up shit. Hello, Noelle. Welcome in. We're doing good today. They'll have a hard time killing Kanon because he has an energy sword, apparently. True. Gotta get through that first. Kanon inheriting all the Ushiromiya businesses and having zero idea what to do. Also, he hates the Ushiromiya family. He would run it into the ground just for fun. When they're starting to get risque, they're definitely channeling Ryukishi. I do agree. We all know his real self-insert was Irie. Also, Keiichi, when he was talking to... what was that guy's name? The baseball kid? I forgot his name. The guy that Keiichi had this weird strawberry shortcake thing going, like, you cannot tell me that's not Ryukishi. Literally spelling out his fetish. The Ushiromiya family don't know how to run businesses either. True. Kameda. True. Yeah, it's Kameda. And that guy sucked. I hate that guy. Well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When two people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission, as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family will say means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You'd better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. I can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I have to say. Well then.
See you again. Have a nice day.
Yeah, he said it in English. I don't have to read it out loud. Such a silly guy. Joji-ni-san, Shannon, listen. This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't say anything. Don't make fun of me. I heard it. For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all of my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushiromiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while. Should have written it down and read it 3 times first. True. Maria is so sweet. She is. She's a literal angel. I like it too. It's really fun when all the cousins get together. That's right. We're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea to gather the cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set something like that set up something like that the next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. I hope we cousins can stay friends forever. Hey, if you make such a big deal out of it, You almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. Well, in this family, it's kind of complicated. Also, they're kind of raising the death flag so high right now. Oh my god, what if all of them die? Or just Batara survives until the end? Well, he kind of did last time. Well, no, actually not true. Maria survived, kind of-ish. She died at the very end, but you know. Hoping she doesn't die until the very end at least again. Georgia, Nikki, and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself.
そうだな。
You're right.
ジェシカの言う通りだぜ。
It's just like Jessica said.
俺たちはいつまでも仲良しでいようぜ。
Let's always be friends to each other.
マリアも一緒。
Me too.
みんな仲良し。
We're all friends.
そうだね。
That's right. Yeah.
僕たちはいつだってみんな一緒だよ。
We'll always be together.
みんな仲良しだよ。
We'll always be friends. Okay.
私たち何恥ずかしいこと言い合ってんだろうな。
Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff.
なんだか照れちまうぜ。
I feel kinda awkward.
でも、とても大切なことだと思いますよ。
But I think it's very important.
人は願わねば、いつまでも一緒にいることどころか、仲良くいることさえ難しい生き物なのですから。
People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it.
そうだね。
That's right.
みんなが仲良くいられることを決して当たり前なことだと思ってはいけないね。
You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted.
知り合いの魔女が言ってた。
A witch I know said it.
幸せはみんなが信じなくちゃ叶わないんだって。
Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it.
確かにね。
That's true.
信じる力には魔法が宿るかもしれない。
Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief.
それを全員が信じたなら、きっと幸せを運んできてくれるだろうね。
If we all believe in that, I'm sure it'll bring us happiness.
よし。
Alright.
なら恥ずかしいことのついでだ。
Well, if we're doing embarrassing stuff already,
私たちはみんなで信じ合うと誓おうぜ。
let's all swear to believe in this together, okay?
みんないつまでも仲良しで、いつまでも幸せでいようって。
That we'll always be friendly, that we'll always be happy. Like hell, we'll end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune.
What?
Well, maybe not that. The death flags, there's so many.
俺たちはみんないつまでも仲良しで幸せだ。
Okay, we'll always be friendly and happy.
それをみんなで信じようぜ。
Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins try to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continue to approach Rokenjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship. And we all believed together that we could find happiness. That's why I want this pair of days to end, without anything weird happening, in peace and happiness, and calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please let them end.
終わるかよ
Beato jump scare? Let them end. She's gonna fuck them over so badly. Damn it!
お前は出るなよ。現れるなよ。
Don't show up, don't appear.
くそくそくそ。
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
待たせたな
Sorry to keep you waiting.
ようやく新しいゲームの用意が整ったぞ
I've finally prepared a new game.
さあさあ始めようではないか
Come.
惨劇の物語を
Let us begin this tale of tragedy.
訪れよ雨よ風よ 台風よ。
Come to me, winds, rain,
こ
typhoon.
の島をうつしおより切り離す。
Cut this island off from the real world.
異界へ魔界へ幻想界へ六軒島を放り込め。
Throw Rokenjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. No! Every scene where the cousins are like this hits me. It's not gonna end very well, is it? And so, the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, the second, or the third time? It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Batara surrender first, or would the witch? Surely Batara can win one game. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Not here! Not here!
目印をつけた
My rose
マリアのバラがない。
that we marked isn't here. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation at not being able to find something that should have been there. And, moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd been able to see it if she looked at a different angle. But even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. What is up with that rose? And the whole concept of things existing and not existing at the same time. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria were suddenly blocked. Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there, protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was... the witch she admired, Beatrice.
このような雨の中、何を必死になっているのよ。
What are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain?
体を冷やせば風邪をひくこともある。
You could catch a cold like this.
魔女ため、自らの健康も気遣いたいものよね。
Even witches have to care for their own health.
マリアのね
I
バラが
can't find
見つからないの。
my rose.
何度探してもね
No matter how many times I search,
ここにあったはずなのに
even though it should have been here,
見つからないの。
I can't find it. Do you think magic is real here? I feel like there is some magic, but I don't think the murders are being committed with magic. I do think magic exists to some extent, but not in the way that Beato wants to make it seem, you know? She's going out in the rain with the full dress. I was surprised to see her wearing the full dress. I thought she was gonna be in her weird school uniform type thing. But nope, she's just wearing her usual dress. I'm thinking it kind of looks like Beato has a rose in her hair. I can't tell what this is. Maybe it isn't. It could also be like a ribbon, the way that it folds here and everything. I'm not sure. But it kind of looks like a rose. And if it is a rose, it would make sense why Kinza would have a whole rose garden, you know, if it's in dedication to her. I don't know. Could make sense. Maria remembers marking the rose in the previous loop, or has it happened in every one when they go into the rose garden? I would assume it happens in every single one, but it's only confirmed for episode 1 and 2 apparently, so... Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it.
それが見つからぬと
So you can't find it.
そなたも魔女の見習いならば魔法にてバラを探してみるという
If you are a witch's apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I think this is a rose. It's a rose on top of a ribbon type thing. This is a ribbon, but then it's also a rose in her hair. And it doesn't look super vibrant. It looks super wilted, actually. Or dried. I'm trying to remember, does anyone else... There's 2 people who have something on their head. I don't think anyone else... Oh, well, actually, never mind. Maria has something in her hair as well, but I think that's about it. I guess Eva has something. I'm trying to remember whether or not anyone else that we've seen has something, because I'm still thinking that maybe someone could still be pretending to be her. If it's all committed by humans and Beato is actually seen by other people, it must mean that someone is dressing up as her, or maybe her human version is still alive. I don't know. Maybe it really is her, but it could also just be someone dressing up as her. They did put that in my mind after episode 1, and I can kind of see it. But then how are they mimicking her voice and everything perfectly? It seems kind of unlikely. Beato stole the rose, got it. Maybe for the Beato cosplay, you know? What does it mean if people see her? Well, that she's there? What kind of question is that? She exists! Clearly! I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough. Gotta search with your heart, too! I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it. I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties. Thank you. I'm guessing that Maria is to Beato what, well, Beato was to the other white-haired Beato in a way. Genji is really rocking that Beato dress for sure. Hello, Ayo. Welcome in at the gym, enjoying lurking. Thank you for lurking. I hope the gym workout goes well. Oh, my YouTube Studio app crashed again. I reinstalled it the other day in hopes that it would stop doing that, but it seems to still be doing that, even though last time it didn't do that. Very weird. I was looking at my notes for this chapter and I had some funny things to say about Beato. I'm still not sure what to think about her. It's so weird. Like, it could be that she's just a concept of a person, you know, the whole blue eyes and young Eva having blue eyes. But I can't shake the feeling that she's an actual human that existed at some point, at the very least. She must have been a human at some point. It can be that she's just a concept and she's something symbolic at this point. But I can't figure it out. Except gray hair Beato was all about mending things and being good and nice to people instead of stuffing them with sweets until their guts burst. I don't know. It feels like that's how this Beato, this version of Beato, also started out wanting to do. But it seems like in her pursuit of like happiness, it seems like she was looking for happiness for herself rather than happiness for other people, which maybe is where she started going wrong? I don't know. At some point, or now, or both. I'm thinking that Beato now might be a concept. But she was an actual human at some point. Like many years ago. She could still be alive somewhere. But I'm thinking that she's literally trapped, like she said, that Kinzo has her trapped on this island. I don't know, maybe he has a special torture chamber where he keeps old Beato. I don't know. In a cell somewhere. I don't know. Seems unlikely, but I can see it happening. I had no theories, I was just down bad. Real. I understand that. 6 years seems like a long time to Batra, so 1,000 years has got to be lots of time for Beato to change. True, I mean, if you're gonna be... okay, so... oh god. I don't want to take too much time thinking about theories on stream. I want to do that off stream mostly and then like talk about it a little bit on stream. But maybe in her pursuit of like becoming an endless witch, maybe she's like stopped herself from dying? Maybe something about eternal life? And that kind of drives you insane because if you live on forever, then you kind of end up losing all the fun in life, you know? Because she was also talking about how to experience joy, you must have experienced some kind of pain. She didn't quite literally say it that way, but she was talking about it when she was torturing Rosa, that she wouldn't feel salvation from the trauma not existing at all because she has to remember the trauma to be there, you know? And I feel like it's the same type of thing people say, like you have to have some pain and bad things happen to you in life to appreciate the good moments, you know? And maybe it's that kind of thing. Maybe over the years with nothing bad ever happening to her because she can just undo it or just, I don't know, keep herself alive, whatever. I don't really know the specifics on it. She maybe, I don't know, has lost all joy in life and doing shit like this is the only thing that makes her feel anything? I'm not sure. There's a lot of things to consider here. There's a lot of mysteries concerning specific people, and then there's the murders too, and everything. Everything is a mystery in this game. I have a theory finally. This is fun. Yeah, it is fun. I don't know if I have a logical theory, but I'm just thinking out loud. No light without darkness kind of thing. Yeah, true. Who does she need to eat to heal? Maybe Batra. Eating him over and over again. But yeah. I don't know. That's just my thoughts on her. I feel like she's the biggest mystery for me right now. I don't really care too much about the closed room murders, if I'm honest. I don't really care much for solving them, even though it's part of the game. I feel much more interested in solving the whole mystery surrounding her as a person and her history with Kinzo. My theory consists of many leaps of logics and bullshitting, shaking your hand. I'm trying to like come up with way out there theories. It's kind of fun. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So he was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. And she heard it, opened her eyes and spoke. All things in this world are transitory.
残念だなマリ
Too bad, Maria.
アこの風雨そなたのバラは耐えられなかったらしい
It seems your rose couldn't withstand all of this wind and rain.
それじゃマリアのバラは
Then my rose...
風雨に散りすでにこの世のものではない
It was uprooted by the wind and is no longer of this world. What Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in the strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan.
やだ
No.
やだ
No, no, no.
マリアのバラなの
It's my rose.
マリアのバラが帰ってこないと嫌だ
My rose won't come back. No.
マリアの魔法で生き返らせる
I'll bring it back to life with my magic.
ベアトリーチェ魔法でバラを蘇らせるのを教えて
Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic.
無限の魔法の秘術そなたごとき見習いにはまだまだ早いわ
It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic.
身の程をすれ
Know your place. Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Why won't you teach her? Your master taught you at a young age. That's so mean! That's how the theories for this game should be. Good, good, good. Follow every silly idea to its end, as many as possible. It's just so silly when you have so many contradictory ideas and you're like, none of these make any sense, and I have no proof for any of them. But in the end, you have no other choice but to come up with a bunch of bullshit. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression.
よかろう
Very well.
バラを蘇らせる秘術わらわが力を貸してやろうぞ
I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Indeed.
ではそなたの心の力を集中させるがいい
Well then, concentrate the power of your heart.
目を閉じ雨を忘れ風を忘れ航行するバラの魂を心の目で探すのだ
Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart. Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song like words.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい
Come, try to remember.
バラそなたがどんな姿をしているの
Rose, what form did you have?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい
Come, try to remember.
バラよそなたがどんな姿をしていたのか
Rose, what form did you have?
見る
Don't look.
聞くの
Don't listen.
そして信じる
And believe.
肉の檻に閉じ込められし魂の力を解放する
Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it.
そう
That's it.
良いぞ
Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held?
さまよいしバラの魂
Lost soul of the rose.
今一度集うそしてその姿を思い出すがいい
Gather into one and remember your form.
さあさあ集え思い出せ
Come, gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen, and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised her finger up to the skies, and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. Now, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off and the magic would be lost. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. And when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, gold-colored sparkles scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. That was really nice. I don't know, every time that this whole like, oh, remember your form thing comes up now, it's actually kind of nice. It's super nice and sweet. And I feel like it'll be sad to find out what that's actually all about. Considering I'm thinking it has something to do with... partially with what Kinzo wants from her. You know, to see her smile again. To return her to her smiling form, to her happy form. I don't know, I feel like it can be sweet, but also really sad at the same time. To not have things return to the way they were, maybe. You know, like trauma does to people. And we have a lot of trauma being mentioned with every single character, so I feel like it probably also has very sad connotations to it. The third time this line has appeared, it's nice, isn't it? It looks like you've remembered a splendid rose. Also, the whole thing about remembering. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around, and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Where's the rose? It's not here. Not here. Not over there. Over here. Look. I've marked it with golden lace. Ah, you did! Awesome, 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 awesome! Thank you, Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly. A great witch like you. And you can. Long ago, I too wished for that innocently, just as you do, and I have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. Why to revive it somewhere else? I don't know. For fun. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try, not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I pleased. Come, the barrier of the storm has now sealed Rokenjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. Man, this track is awesome. I love it. Her gift battle for all prior and future transgressions. She's forgiven. She can do no wrong. But also, maybe about the rose being revived somewhere else. I was thinking that maybe Maria had just like remembered it wrong, but I'm thinking that she wouldn't have remembered it wrong. Maybe it's like the same thing as like with the candy, that she isn't actually using magic, but like just, you know, making a new candy come into existence basically, and not actually repairing the candy, and also just, I don't know, marking the rose with a random golden ribbon, and not the actual rose that she revived, but just any other rose. It's not actually magic. Where will the roulette land? Noir, Rouge, or House takes it all. She's just gonna say it. Just wait for it. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once more. My preparations are already complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Well, she basically said it. She had to hit it so it seems missing so she could revive it to show off. It would be very funny. Of course I'm fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. So then, let us make the ante. I do not know what that means. I'm sorry. All that you have given shall be returned to you in the end. Come, take it. Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. A lot of events from episode 1 are repeating, which I'm not mad about because we get ever so slightly more information. It's a gambling term, the amount you have to bet to stay in. Oh, okay. That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. Here he goes again, saying fucked up shit. She's not your possession, you fucking weirdo! I hate it. The way he talks about her is not romantic in the slightest. I hate him so much. It does feel like we get glimpses of these characters differently with every episode. Yeah, for sure. You see them in a different light. The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the Golden Witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in mid-air, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Who the fuck is this? Who is this? What? There's a man! I'm so confused. Who the fuck are you? Thank you for the hydrate, Derek, and thank you for the posture check, KBC Jazz. Ugh. My fucking goat. Young sexy Genji from the first game? What? There is indeed a man. Not what I expected. I expected one of the witches to appear, like Burn or Lambda, not whoever this is. You don't remember classic character Monocle Butler? No. You're gonna like this guy. I don't know. The little wing monocle. I think that's actually super cute. I love that. It's the first thing I noticed. It's super cute. Okay, well, we have some random fucking guy. Alright. His look already rattled you. What is this mustache? Also, why is it gray compared to the black hair? Like, what is that look? Look, these guys also have mustaches. This guy too. Maybe it's Hideyoshi with, I don't know, a wig. I don't know. As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushiromiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. How the fuck do I say your name? Ronove? Ronove? I don't know, man. Is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. Like Beato just did. I didn't really pay attention to how she said it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to listen to it more closely next time. Ronoe. Ronoe? Just skip the V. Okay, Ronoe. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. It has been quite some time since your last correspondence. He also has bright blue eyes. Ronoe. Not for a single day have I, Ronove, forgotten that I serve you, my lady. I was more afraid that you had forgotten about me. His voice is so nice, actually. It's so smooth. You left me on red. I put his sprites in the Discord. Oh yeah, let me check that out. Oh. He actually looks pretty good in both. It's interesting that the mustache has the same color as his hair in the other sprites, when here it's like clearly a different color. Cool regardless, really cool, I like it. It doesn't look too bad in either styles. After all, you can be quite forgetful. I see. Yes, I certainly am forgetful. I'd forgotten even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully, and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he had just caught. It is the Ushiromiya family head's ring returned to you from Ushiromiya Kenzo.
指輪は再び主のもとに。
It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed.
金蔵によるゲームの開始宣言。
This is Kenzo announcing the start of the game.
確かに受け取ったぞ。
Of course I'll accept it.
さて、今宵はどのようなお遊びになさいましょうか。
So, how shall we play tonight?
早速、ルーレットをご用意いたしましょうか。
Shall I prepare the roulette immediately?
それとも、まずは紅茶をご用意いたしましょうか。
Or shall I prepare some black tea first?
どちらにしようか迷うが、とりあえずそなたの挨拶が必要であろう
I can't decide which, but first I need you to greet someone.
な。あやつは開いた口が塞がらぬというような顔をしているに違いないぞ。
I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it.
なあ、バトラ。
Right, Batora? Excuse me?
はじめまして。
Oh my god.
自己紹介をいたします。
Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself.
ベアトリーチェお嬢様のおそばにてお使いしております。ロビン
I'm
と申します。
Ronove, and I serve at the side of my lady Beatrice.
どうぞよろしくお願い申し上げますよ。
It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Oh my god. This is really funny. Okay, well, there we go. I hate his huge cravat. I'm guessing you mean like the red... I forgot. There's another name for this too. I keep forgetting it. It's the same thing that I have on my chest. I forgot what the official name is for it though. It has a different name as well. Or do you mean something else? Actually, what the hell? Does this belong to it too? Jesus. Batara about to absolutely fucking be flabbergasted. Yep. Okay, let's read this. Ronove, one of the 72 great demons, works for a master in exchange for various forms of compensation. He currently has a contract with Beatrice as her butler, head furniture. So he's basically like the Genji counterpart. He's become proficient at housekeeping after serving in many households, so his ability as a butler is very high. In the high society of witches, employing him has become a kind of status symbol. Furthermore, the cookies he bakes are superb, and witches will often form a line demanding them. He must possess tremendous magical power, but since he always stays out of the spotlight to further boost his master's reputation, his combat capabilities are unknown. Okay. I want to eat those cookies. His name is almost the same as Genji's too. Is it? Yeah. This is the art guy from P5. Huh? Oh, you mean Persona? Sorry, I don't know anything about Persona. Ronoe Genji. Ah, yeah, wait, you're right. You're so right, actually. I didn't even realize that. I forgot Genji has a last name. Where's my guy? It's not... Okay, well, it's not mentioned here. True, though. I think technically you aren't supposed to find that out until the credits of this episode, since Genji's given name isn't mentioned before now, if you're playing in novel mode. It isn't? I feel like I've heard it before. It's definitely not news to me that that is his whole name. I'm pretty sure I've seen it before. It's mentioned before, just not right here. Yeah, I do remember it. I can feel the gears in your head beginning to spin now that you know Genji's full name. I mean, I've known it, but now that I see this in combination to me thinking, oh, this is basically Genji's counterpart, I'm like, damn, is this like young Genji maybe? It only comes up in the ADV mode dialogue name box thingy. Oh, I see. Okay. I see.
ほらな。開いた口が塞がらないという顔であろう。
See? His mouth's hanging open and he can't shut it, right? Well, I'm not super shocked. I mean, I was shocked to see him at all, but I'm not shocked at him as a person.
当たり前だろ。またこんなわけのわかんないやつが出てきやがった。
Yeah, no shit. Another incomprehensible guy just showed up.
ヤギ頭が盆踊りを始めるのかとぼやいた。ヤギ頭がうようよ現れて。
First, I grumble about goat-headed people doing the Bond dance, and then goat-heads start showing up in swarms.
太もも姉ちゃんたちが7人も出てきて、その上、今度は羊まで出てきやがった。
And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nesans appeared, but now there's even a butler.
わけわかんねえよ。もういい加減にしやがれよ。
Doesn't make sense. Cut it out. Why does he keep mentioning their ass? What is up with that?
ところでバトラー。
By the way, Batora,
気づいていたか？
did you notice?
こやつとそなたの対面だが、これが本当の悪魔の証明であることを気づいたかな？
Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof?
悪魔の証明だとは？
A devil's proof?
どういう意味だよ。
What do you mean?
こやつはこう見えても72柱に名を連ねる生粋の悪魔でな。
He may not look it, but this guy is one of the 72, a genuine demon.
つまりわらわは悪魔を直接連れてきて、まさにその存在を証明してみせたわけだ。
In other words, I've brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist.
ロノウェは地獄に爵位を持つ序列27位の大悪魔よ。
Ronove holds a noble rank in hell, the 27th highest ranked great demon.
なかなかに使える男でな。
He's a pretty useful man.
高級で召し上げて、わらわの世話をさせておるのだ。
I summoned him at high cost and made him serve me.
ご紹介いただきまして光栄です。
It is an honor to meet you.
地獄の貴族に名を連ね
While my name is amongst those of the nobles of
と、
hell,
今は卑しい人間の分際で、悪魔も裸足で逃げ出すような大魔女であられるベアトリーチェ様の家具頭として使える身ですよ。
I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice-sama, who despite being a vulgar human, is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before her. Did you just call her a human?
実に使える男なのだが、何しろ口のヘラのやつでな。
They have leotards, so they must have nice asses, I guess. They aren't wearing pants. I suppose you're not wrong. Oh, there's an ad break. Damn, it always starts so fast now. I can't even properly react to it. Okay. I have some I have some theories cooking up in my head now that he's showed up. I'm gonna take this ad break to like write down some thoughts before I forget them. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I wrote down my thoughts, but I feel like, oh my god, everything is so convoluted. Everything is so confusing. I'm gonna have to keep thinking more about it. I really want to replay episode 1 and 2 and like just go through the stuff that I never took notes on and take proper notes and start connecting the thoughts that I have about stuff. I feel like I could crack some parts of the mysteries if I did that. I'll think about it. I'm just like scared that I'll find out too much, but I feel like it's so hidden and so just hinted at that I wouldn't get it by myself just rereading it. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back to you too. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words.
時に主への敬いを忘れるのがたまに傷よ。
Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master.
言葉遣いに関しましては契約書から漏れておりましたもので
Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak.
そのように契約を変更いたしますか
Would you like to change that contract?
わらわも退屈せぬからそれでいい。
It keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Ronove turned back to Batra and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally, this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be?
私もお嬢様のわがままに振り回されている身です
I am another man. What? I'm another. Well, yeah, okay. Man would also fit in there. I'm another who has been subjected to Milady's whims.
その意味では私たちは良き友人になれるかと思いますよ
In that sense, I'm sure we could become good
こ
friends.
れは友情の握手です
This is a handshake of friendship.
もちろん悪魔の契約の締結を意味するものではありませんのでご安心を
Of course, this in no way implies your entry into a contract with a demon, so fear not. His little smile is kind of cute. When is Genji getting this sassy? Well, it was mentioned that he was kind of, different when he was younger. He seems to have been a little bit worse at his job, maybe a little bit sassy even, who knows? I can see it. Can you already see the Batra Ronove broship forming? A little bit. I feel like Ronove is here to rage bait him.
悪いが、俺はあんたの主と大喧嘩の真っ最中でね。
Sorry, but I'm in the middle of a big fight with your master.
俺が敵と握手をするのは、雨の校庭でぶちのめし合って、互いがボロボロになって交わせ、青春ドラマみたいなシチュエーションの時だけさ。
I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out, like something you'd see in a teen drama.
覚えておきな。
Remember that.
なるほど
I see.
マトラ様と握手を交わすには十分な雰囲気作りとふさわしい場
To shake hands with you, Batra-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location.
そして心に響く甘い言葉と肉体言語の交わし合いが必要ということですね
Exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that rings true to your heart. What the yaoi?
機会を見てその場を準備いたしましょう
When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter.
私めもそういうシチュエーションは大好きでございますよ
I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. Okay, alright. Where's this going, huh? He's got his hand up in the same pose as Kanon, so it's ready for the sword effect to be put on top. True, you're right. Sweet words and getting physical, huh? Everyone is dating a servant now. Yep, Jessica was right. I might have Ronobato Yaoi saved somewhere. Please bless us. As Ronove laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Batra, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Yeah! Batra, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. Let's go!
You're
You're a creepy bastard.
なるほど。 ベアとの執事にぴったりのやつだ。
I see. Just right for Battle's butler. This reminds me, the book that I'm reading, I'm still reading The Secret History. I'm almost finished with it. I'm like on my last third of the book or so. They had like a short scene where like two guys were like, they started violently making out all of a sudden. And then that was interrupted. But like for the briefest moment, I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, I'm getting yaoi in my book. And I was like freaking out. And then it just stopped. And I was like, oh, okay. Heart shattered. I was so sad. This is, I don't know. It was also like, well, this one guy was supposedly straight, but he was also making out with his gay friend. So like, you know, maybe he's not all that straight, if you know what I mean. And this is kind of like, you know, Batra blushing after that. I don't know. Maybe he's not the straightest guy in the world. He's into that, huh? He doesn't hate it, I guess. I don't know. I feel like Batra could also date a guy. I can see him getting into a relationship with anyone, really. I'm trying to read for fun this year too. I'm reading the second book of A Song of Ice and Fire. Ooh, I hope you enjoy it. I still have a lot of books that I want to get through this year, but I'm a slow reader, so it takes me like a month minimum. I've been reading this book for quite a few weeks at this point. But I'm almost done, so yeah, we'll see. The previous talk is all overcompensation. Yep. I'm imagining Batra speaking pervy bullshit, but this time for guys. You know, it's it would suit him. It would suit him. I feel like he could also sexually harass men. It would fit him. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I'm very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. What about his cookies? Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. You started getting along well right off the bat. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, my lady. I shall not sneakily snatch your guests away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. Indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You will be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh. Those lively 7 sisters are here. I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by your expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always.
ベアトリーチェ様にお仕えするにふさわしい振る舞いをするようにといつも言っているのに。
Even though I'm always telling them to act more fitting as servants of Beatrice-sama.
困った子たちだ。
What troublesome kids.
その意味でなら安心しろよ。
Hello, Bellamy. Welcome in. Sadly, in the fighting game, when he uses his grab attack to molest his enemy, he's always disappointed when it's men. Don't trust this guy. He enjoys it, probably, a little bit, deep down. Also, hello, Zoro. Welcome in. If that's your problem, don't worry.
実に主にぴったりなふさわしい振る舞いだぜ。
They actually act perfectly fitting for their master.
そなたも言うようになったな。
How even you have begun to say it.
しかし、会話は相手を認めるということだ。
However, a conversation means that you accept your partner.
わらわとの雑談に応じるようになったということは、そなたがわらわの存在を徐々に認め始めている証拠。
The fact that you've started to respond to my idle chatting proves that you are gradually starting to accept my existence.
たとえお天道様が西から昇ることがあろうとも、絶対の絶対絶対お前を魔女と認定などしねえからな。
Even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch.
泣いて俺の靴にキスしたら、もうちょい前向きに検討してやってもいいぜ。
You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even if Batara was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. You know, I hear voices outside my window. I'm gonna close my window. I don't want people to hear me read the freaky shit that Batara and Beato say to each other. Give me one moment. Okay, now I can be as freaky as I want and also as loud as I want. I don't want to start whispering. It's that classic play of pretending you find something gross so people show you it. True. Let them hear peek. I'm shy. I don't want them to think I'm a freak. They don't even know me. I don't think I've met my new downstairs neighbors, but you know, maybe it's for the best they don't think that I'm reading freaky shit out loud to myself. How am I gonna explain it to them? Yeah, I'm reading this weird visual novel out loud in English on the internet. That's really fun. They're young enough to understand, but still a little bit embarrassing. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend to a new game. And that preparations were complete. After Ronova exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Batara, scattered into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. Wow. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere.
この島にたった一人閉じ込められ、己の力を取り戻せず、誰に話しかけることもできなかった日々のなんと退屈だったことか。
How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power and lacking anyone to talk to.
あの気持ち悪いやつがお前に似合いの執事だってことはよくわかった。
I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler.
だが教えろ。
But tell me,
その執事がなぜ今頃になって現れた？
why has that butler only appeared now?
権限しているのはヤギと七食いの姉ちゃんたちとかなんとか言ったな。
You said something about how only the goats and the nechans of the seven stakes had manifested themselves.
どういう意味だ？
What did that mean? Indeed.
そなたは抗っておるが、わらわはれっきとした魔女だ。
You still resist, but I'm a fully fledged witch.
魔界に通じ、人ならざるあまたの存在と交流を持っておる。
I'm in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world.
だろうな。
I'll bet.
お前の関係にはろくな連中がいねえぜ。
No sane people would hang out with you.
ヤギの化け物に太もも姉ちゃんに、そして今度は悪魔の執事と来たわけだ。
First some goat monsters, then those ass nechans, and this time a demon butler showed up.
まさかとは思うが、この調子でまだおかしな連中が増えるってんじゃねえだろうな。
I hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more people appeared. I mean, that includes him, no? He's also hanging out with her, so he's basically confirming that he's also a weirdo. I found the fan art I saved. It's in the Discord now. I'm curious. Let me see. Oh my god. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty beautiful. He's enjoying it. Thank you for sharing Pete with me. Yeah, this is a good track. All of them are good. I haven't found a single one I dislike.
わらわの荘厳なる黄金館に仕える家具どもと、そこへ遊びに来る悪魔たちがどれほどいると思っているのか。
Among the furniture that work at my great golden mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play?
まだまだ訪れるぞ。
They will keep coming.
いくらでも現れるぞ。
Many of them will appear.
黄金鏡の扉を開き、すべての家具たちを呼び戻し、わらわはこの六軒島に新たなる城を建てるのだ。
When the door to the Golden Land is opened, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Rokenjima.
そして懐かしき友人たちすべてを招き、三日三晩を飲み明かし、踊り明かしてやるつもりよ。
Then I plan to invite all of my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights.
無論、金蔵の一族たちも招くつもりでいるぞ。
Of course, I also plan to invite Kinzo's family, you see.
望めばそなたもな。
You too, if you wish. I'm in.
つまりこういうことか。
So, is this what you mean?
お前は長いこと力を失っていたため、そいつらを呼び出せなかったと。
That since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them?
それで徐々に魔力が回復してきたため、次々化け物を呼び出せるようになったと。
And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing,
そう言いたいわけか。
you've become able to summon more and more monsters?
そういうことだ。
It is as you say.
そなたは最後の一戦でこそギリギリ踏みとどまっているが、
You stopped a hair's breadth before
そ
crumbling.
の心はすでにぐらつき、わらわが魔女であることを否定できずにいる。
But your heart is already wavering, and you're unable to deny that I am a witch.
その心のぐらつきが、わらわの魔女としての力を少しずつ蘇らせているのだ。
That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch.
あの気色悪い執事が現れたのは、
So, are you trying to say that creepy butler appeared
俺が屈しかけているからだというのかよ。
because I started to surrender?
そうだ。
That's right.
そなたは少しずつ少しずつ、
Bit
わらわ
by
に
bit.
屈している。
You're surrendering to me.
前回のゲームではあれほどの屈辱を受けてまでわらわに屈服したではないか。
Isn't all that humiliation you suffered in the last game a result of you submitting to me so deeply?
そなたの背中はわらわの足を投げ出すには本当に良いものだったぞ。
Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? I love her. All the demons she's shown seem like they'd be interested in doing the manual labor necessary to build a castle, though. I mean, technically we haven't really seen any other demons, right? It's only... I don't know if I know. The others aren't really demons. They're the 7 stakes of, what is it, hell? And then the goats are just goats? They're different, right? Demons and the goats.
ちくしょう。俺はお前を認めさえしなければ現状は維持できると思っていた。
Purgatory, Damn it, I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were as long as I didn't accept you.
だがそれはどうやら誤解だったらしいな。
But it looks like that was wrong.
そうだ。
Correct.
そなたが屈服に近づけば近づくほどゲームはわらわに有利に傾いていく。
The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor.
チェスだってそうであろう。
Isn't chess the same?
互いのキングを詰め合う過程でわらわたちは様々な駒を取り合っている。
In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces.
確かにわらわは未だそなたのキングを追い詰めてはおらぬ。
Of course, I still haven't cornered your king.
しかしそなたはキングを逃すのに精一杯でいくつもの大駒を失い莫大なアドバンテージを失っておるわ。
And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape. And I've lost several pieces to me, as well as a large advantage.
後の展開がわらわに有利に傾くのは当然のことよ。
It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. He raised his arm off screen! Damn.
そなたはおそらくこれからも死に物狂いでわらわのチェックメイトだけからは逃れるだろう。
From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmate.
だがその間にもわらわはそなたの大駒を次々に奪っていく。
However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you one by one.
やがてはキング以外の全てを失いどのような形でも逃れることのかなわぬ本当のチェックメイトを受けることになろう。
In the end, you'll have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate.
前回そなたは気鋭を吐いたな。
You were talking big last time, weren't you?
わらわを永遠に認めぬ以上これはわらわを苛む永遠の拷問だなどと。
Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment me with eternal torture.
永遠を語るのは無限の域に達した魔女だけよ。
Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity.
そなたにその資格など初めからないわ。
That's been beyond you ever since the very beginning. Hey, maybe Batra wants to become a witch in training too. If she can take on Maria as an apprentice, why not Batra as well? There she is. Her magnificent portrait.
すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait.
条件は碑文を読むことができる者すべてに公平に。
The rules apply equally to all who can read the
黄
epitaph.
金を暴けたなら私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。
If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. The black blood is too strong. Every spell would blow up in his face. I wonder what she meant by black blood. It seemed very specific to have, you know, gained that from Kenzo. Kenzo has black blood, and so have Batra and Maria, but why those two specifically, I wonder? He's highly resistant to prayers. Of magic? I don't know whatever the previous question mark description was. I don't remember either. Oh yeah, the black blood was in the character bios. Yeah. But I wonder what that even is supposed to mean. I know that that Kinzo apparently isn't very good with magic and that he has like bad magic, I don't know, correspondence. But it doesn't seem to be the case for Maria or Batora, so I wonder what that would mean that they all have in common.
それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。
Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest.
今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。
I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant.
黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice the Golden. Okay, so she's reading the letter out loud again. So this is basically one-on-one with episode 1 so far. It said it was the case for Batora. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then they all broke the silence at once.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
取るに足らない悪質ないたずらです。
What a worthless, vicious prank. I haven't seen her in so long. I feel so happy seeing her again.
まったくだ。
Seriously.
親父殿が当主の指輪を手放すなどありえるわけがないじゃないか。
There's no way father gave up the head's ring.
ベアトリチェ。その名を語れば右往左往するだろうという見えすぎたいたずらだ。
Beatrice? Huh. What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name.
おいおい。このちょいとパンチの効きすぎたデザートを仕込んだのは誰なんだ？
Hey, hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch?
今なら喝采で褒めてやるから、正直に白状しろよ。
I wanna applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay?
ローザか？
Rosa?
とんでもない。
Of course not.
お父様の名を語るいたずらなんてしません。
I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming father's name.
じゃあ姉貴か？
Then Aneki?
兄貴か？
Aniki?
私？
Me?
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。
Are you an idiot?
兄さんでしょ？
It was Nissan, right?
こういう悪趣味な仕掛けは。
Only he could plan something this vulgar.
愚弄する気か。
I forgot how pissed off he can look. Are you trying to mock me?
私こそお前たちに問いたい。
I'm the one who wants to question you.
このたちの悪いいたずらは誰の仕業なんだ？
Who's behind this ill-natured prank? Klaus beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them.
お父様から財産の全権を任せられたと称する謎の人物からの手紙。
Kitty is always so calm. She has never once lost her cool. She's always so chilled out. Since it said Maria's blood isn't stopping her too much because she's still young, maybe it's a bit of a Santa thing, where once you get older it becomes harder to believe in the magic. Kinzo seems to be a big believer, but maybe there's something in it. You know, you could be right about that. I wish that I could read them now again, but the descriptions are unfortunately gone. I would have to go back into the main menu because I think they were for episode 2. I wish I could look at them here though. That'd be nice. Oh yeah, there's a whole... Oh no, wait, this is just the same. I thought it was like Higurashi maybe. I forgot. That's the same. I was just scrolling up. Anyway. Unflappable. She has also died in the roulette both times, though. That is true. She's never survived. I hope she will survive this time around. I want to see more of her. Seems like the implication was that Kinzo has to be a summoner because he can't do much magic himself. Yeah, it was mentioned that he can... he can definitely summon things, or that's his specialty or something like that, and something else. I forgot what the other thing was, though. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to father's assets.
そして 今日がそれを話し合うための親族会議であることを考えると。
Considering that the whole point of this family conference is the discussion of that
い
subject,
たずらだと決めつけるのも早計だと思うわ。
I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank.
わからんで。
We can't be sure.
まさにお父さんの悪趣味ないたずらかもしれん。
Maybe it really is one of Father's shady pranks.
自分抜きで遺産分配の話をまとめようとしているわしらをちょいと驚かせたくて仕組んだことかもしれん。
He might have planned this to shock us a bit since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him.
こいつを仕組んだのが親父だってんだ。
If Dad was the one who planned this,
マリアちゃんが読み上げた内容は冗談ってわけにはならねえぜ。
then we can't take what Maria-chan just read aloud as a joke, right?
そうね。
That's right.
文面通りに解釈するなら、これはお父様からのテストね。
If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father.
魔女の碑文は私たち誰にでも解けるようにずっと広間に掲示されていた。
The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any one of us could solve it.
告示期間は十分。
There was plenty of notice.
最初に解けた人間に家督とすべての財産を渡すと、そう言っているわけよね。
That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance along with all of his wealth, right? See? My magic granted your wish.
そんなバカな話はありません。
Was that? That was young Eva again, I'm assuming. Nothing so foolish could possibly be the case.
後宮家の次期当主が夫であることは何ら揺るがない事実です。
It is an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship.
それを揺るがすのがこの手紙じゃない。
Well, doesn't this letter shake that?
この手紙はお父様に財産のすべてを全権委任された人物からのメッセージなのよ。
This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all of Father's wealth.
もはや兄さんの当主継承権は白紙に戻ったわ。
Nissan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate.
魔女の碑文を解いた者が
The person who solves the riddle.
ベアトリーチェの黄金を見つけた者が後宮家の次の当主になるのよ。
The person who finds Beatrice's gold will become the next head of the Ushiromiya family.
バカバカしい。
Let's go! She still has a chance! She still has a chance to get the position of the head. Let's go!
その手紙のざれ言を信用するのかね。
Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter?
その風浪が本物だとでも
That the seal was the real thing?
信用などできるものか。
There's no way we could trust that.
ならお父様に直接話を聞いてみましょうよ。
Then let's try to go and ask Father directly.
もう機嫌が悪いからとか体調が悪いとかそんな次元じゃないわよ。
At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right?
この手紙はお父様の代理人であることを風浪でちゃんと示してる。
The sealed wax clearly shows that this was from Father's representative.
それを疑うなら兄さんが証明しなさいよ。
If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan.
この手紙がお父様の意思のものではないって。
Show that this letter does not contain Father's will.
よかろう。
I like how aggressively she speaks. She's pissed off.
お前の言う通りだ。
She hates Klaus's ass.
もう親父の機嫌不機嫌の問題ではない。
Very well. It's just as you say. It no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood or not.
上へ行き、直接問いただそうじゃないか。
Let us go up and ask him directly.
そうしようぜ。
Let's do it.
親父に直接聞こう。
We'll ask Dad directly.
親父も親父だぜ。どうしてこんな回りくどい真似を。
Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way?
ま、そこが親父らしいんだがな。
Then again, I guess that would be like him.
お父様の手紙だということを前提に話を続けてもいいのかしら。
I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption that this letter came from Father.
バカローザ!
Oh my god! She's stressed out! She's smelling blood in the water. She is out for everyone's fucking heads. Holy shit! Bakarosa! She's so angry. Yeah, she's trying to win. Stupid Rosa. Isn't it obviously from father? That letter is father's. She needs it to be from Kinzo too, because she wants this to mean that she can become the head of the family. Isn't it obvious that he's giving the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot! Wow, okay. Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. Man, this is actually so fucked up. Her lines are so good. I like when she fucking loses her cool. It's so nice. Rosa is dumb, she's right. She's not wrong. Just like in the olden days. Let's go. Let's revert back to our childhood selves and torment our younger siblings. That's awesome. I love reliving trauma with my siblings. That's great. I'm sorry. That's right, I'm sorry. Young Eva is 100% just cosplay Beato stirring the pot, but I love it. Yeah, that's pretty good. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter. But after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous. How can adults like you take such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be father to understand his contempt. Whoa, 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 whoa. Natsuki-san, all we've got to do is ask father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if father just tells us that he doesn't know anything about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's still scared of father at his age, that idiot. If only he'd just give up and die. Damn, young Eva really wants people to die. I understand that. And because we've seen episode 2, we know how anguishing this is for Rosa. Yoshi playing good cop again. He can do that role really well, no? Seems like a catchphrase, true. At the very least, they want Kinzo to come down. That guy is never coming down here, never. Young Eva is literally spooky. True. I like her. Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. Do you think Kinzo would eat with chopsticks? Or just fork, knife, spoon, regular cutlery? If he's like this into Western architecture, Western lifestyle, he would 100% use Western cutlery, no? That man is a fork guy, right? He's not eating with chopsticks, no way. Yeah. Glad we all agree. He would get Genji to feed him, but with Western cutlery, very important. He eats his Domino's with his hands. No. He has the Domino's pizza delivered into his mouth. But with fork and knife. He'll eat with whatever Gora tells him is best for the meal. That's also true. But if it's chopsticks, no way. No way. I'm sure they have like all types of like fancy cutlery. You know how there's different types of spoons, different types of forks, and knives even, I think. I don't know anything. I just have like small fork, big fork, small spoon, big spoon, regular knife. That's all I know. But there's more, I'm sure, for fancy families. Hello, Krango. Welcome in. I'm sorry I missed Rosa's big feast last week. It was kind of crazy. It was kind of insane, not gonna lie. But it was good. It was really good. I was having a good time with that. But now we have Eva's big moment coming up. It's decided. Let's go. Kirie, wait here for a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Why is she not allowed to join? Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in dessert. The four siblings Natsuhi and Hideyoshi all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kirie, who just shrugged, were left. Nanjo's just constantly uncomfortable. He does not want to be here. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us. So you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. I can't believe them. Showing off their greed like that. Everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Batora-kun. Jessica-chan, you too. Nanjo was also there. Kirie can't join because she needs to teach Batora how to use chess logic against someone who doesn't make optimal moves. True. Yeah, you're not wrong. Here's a thinking method that won't help you at all when you need it. I mean, at least he has a thinking method at all. He would just be completely lost if he didn't have anything to, you know, work his way up from. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard. But forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please don't look at your injured parents with those cold eyes when they come back.
いくらキリエさんの頼みでも
No matter how much you ask us, Kirie-san,
それは難しいぜ。
that'll be tough.
そう割り切れるなら
If we could be happy with an explanation like that,
子供なんてやってねえぜ
we wouldn't be kids.
わーい、みんな幸
Everyone, be happy.
せ。暗くなるのダメ。
Can't get dark.
信じて。
Believe.
みんなで幸せになれるって信じないと幸せが逃げちゃう。
If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, that happiness will get away.
みんなで信じないとダメなの。
Everyone has to believe.
いい話ね。
I like the sound of that.
私も信じるわ。
I'll believe too.
私たちは幸せになれるわよ。
I believe we can find happiness. I've been using that thinking method for Higurashi. Yeah, I saw it in your notes. It's actually kind of fun. I do find myself sometimes thinking about, you know, him saying, "Let's spin the chessboard around." When I'm just going about my day and I'm like, what if I look at this from a different angle? I'm literally trying to use it as well. It's not a bad approach at all.
キリエおばさん、ありがとう。
Aunt Kirie, thank you.
バトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんも信じて。
Batra and Jeshka, you believe
ベ
too.
アトリーチェも信じないと魔法が力を持たないっていつも言ってる。
Beatrice is also always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Kiria-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria and crouched down so that their eyes met.
おー、キリエおばさんが信じてくれた。
Aunt Kiria believed.
あと、バトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんが信じないとダメ。
Now Batra and Jeshka have to believe.
二人とも強いもの。
Those two are strong.
すぐに元気になって、そうしてくれるわよ。
They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah.
それより、
More importantly,
教えてほしいの。
I want you to tell me something. When Kiria-san said that, Jeshka, Georgia, Nikki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler.
何？
What?
マリアちゃんにその手紙を渡したのって誰？
Who gave you that letter?
ベアトリーチェ。
肖像画に描かれている魔女の？
The witch drawn in that portrait?
傘と一緒にこの手紙もくれたの。
She gave me this letter and an umbrella.
そしてね、マリアのバラが折れちゃってたのを魔法で直してくれたの。
And she used magic to fix my rose that was broken.
ベアトリーチェは何でもできるすごい魔女なの。
Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything.
詳しく聞かせてくれるかしら？
Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Apparently not. Is it 8 p.m. now? Or is it? It's not 8 a.m. Right? It's so dark, it's hard to tell, but I think it's pretty late. They're eating dessert. They're eating dinner, right? It's 8 p.m., no? Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? I would say so. Kitty might be the first adult to get Maria to talk about Beatrice without getting defensive. Like, just ask her. Yeah, 100%. Kitty is like the most normal person out of all of them. So far, she has been totally calm and not going batshit crazy. I don't know. Instead of setting Maria off by going, "Are you sure it was Beatrice?" True. They're just asking for her to kind of start crashing out, you know? Kitty once again being smarter than the other adults. I mean, she's just generally a lot calmer. I don't know what it is about her, but she's pretty cool. PM. Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there is no one living on it outside the Ushiromiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out into tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of that strange letter, Uncle Klaus's chance of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Klaus out of a lot of money, or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. Joji and Nikki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just close your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? After showing up in episode 2 really saved Maria a lot of interrogation. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like she's gonna appear this time around. It's basically a mirror episode to episode 1, as of right now. Oh man, poor Maria. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break, so I'm gonna take it now and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Got more water. I drank my whole bottle. I'm so proud of myself. Been trying to drink more this summer because I usually end up very dehydrated, but combating that by drinking water. Thank you. Welcome back to YouTube. Also, hello, Broken Bee. Don't say sorry. I'm just happy for anyone that shows up, you know? No matter when you show up, I'm very grateful. Hope you've been good. I'm extremely dehydrated today, so good reminder, yes. Remember to drink. It is very hot, unless it's not hot where you are, but still, you should be drinking a lot of water. Oh, sorry, I'm just stretching a little bit. Also, hello, Marihan. Welcome in. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping.
Maria-chan wa itai dare ni ano tegami o moratta ndarou ne?
Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? Every time they ask that, it makes me so angry because it's like, just believe her. Like, I would not have the energy to keep doubting a 9-year-old. Like, just, please. Just give up. Stop gaslighting her. Sometimes I feel not very good and then I realize, oh, I didn't drink that much water today. Yeah, since I've been having like a lot of migraines, I was like, okay, maybe I should just drink more, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel so much better. I think I was just also very dehydrated, so very important. Yeah, Beato gave it to her, obviously.
ジョージ兄さん、それはもう聞いちゃダメだぜ。
Tojini-san, you can't ask her that anymore.
マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うなら、それでいいじゃねえかよ。
Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that?
これ以上マリアを泣かせたくないしな。
After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling.
この島には今18人しかいないんだよ。
There are only 18 people on this island now.
そこにこの雨の中未知の19人目がマリアちゃんに手紙を託して今もどこかに隠れているというのは。
The thought that somewhere in the rain, a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter and is now hiding somewhere.
正直現実的ではないね。
Doesn't seem realistic at all.
おそらくあの肖像画のドレスをシャノンあたりにでも着てもらってうまくマリアと口裏を合わせたってことじゃねえのかな。
Most likely, somebody got Chanon or someone to put on that dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story.
もっともマリアの場合、あのドレスを見たらそれだけでベアトリーチェだと信じちまいそうだけどな。
Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice.
誰が渡したかなんてどうでもいい問題かもしれないな。
Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter.
大事なのは差出人だろ。
The important thing is who sent it.
要はじいさまが黄金の魔女の名を語って一波乱を起こしたかったってことなんだぜ。
The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch.
まったく人騒がせなじじいだぜ。
Seriously, that old geezer is good at riling people up. Interesting thing to say, Jeshka, taking notes. What did you say? The whole dressing up? I mean, yeah. I wonder, but like, where would they get that dress, you know? If really someone is dressing up as Beato, they would have needed to get help from Kinzo, no? Because like, how would you get the dress all correct? It could just be Kinzo working together with someone to gaslight the entire family. But like, what's the point of doing that? Kinzo seems to be taking it very seriously. But also, I can see someone having to dress up as Beato for him as entertainment, you know? I think I said that before, but maybe he has one of the servants dress up for him and be like, yeah, you should act as Beato. Act as her so I can see my beloved, yeah. Maybe he kept it? Maybe? Could be, but would it hold up this well over, like, so many years? They have the portrait, they could just custom order that dress. You know, you're not wrong. They could do that. They would probably do that. They can also afford it. Yeah, probably has Genji make it wear it before, yeah. Rosa runs a clothing business. Huh, true. But I feel like Rosa would know if this particular dress was ordered. Her business seems rather small. And smile. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around. Handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have had to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do.
たく、マリアの純真な心をもてあそびやがって。
Maybe it's Kinzo dressing up. Maybe he likes her so much he wants to be in her dress. Could be the case. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart.
手紙を渡したのが誰でもいいさ。
Doesn't matter who handed the letter over.
マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うんだから、そういうことにしてやろうぜ。
Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way.
同感だよ。
I agree.
そうしよ
う。Let's do that.
子供にとってのサンタクロースみたいな存在が、マリアちゃんにとってはベアトリーチェなんだろうね。
To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids.
いない19人目もサンタクロースも
Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus.
俺たちが認めてやれば、それは少なくともマリアの中ではいるということになるわけだ。
As long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria.
なるほど。子供の夢を守るための嘘って大事だな。
I see. Guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams.
どうしたんだよ、ジェシカ。
What's up, Jeshka?
まだ腹を立ててるのかよ。
Are you still angry? Jeshka had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses.
ごめん。
Sorry.
いやさ。
Well, actually...
マリアが会ったのは、本当にベアトリーチェだったってことがあるんじゃないかな。
I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
What do you mean by that?
この島に19人目の人間がいるって言いたいのか？
Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island?
マリアちゃんの言うことを心から信じたなら、そういう答えに行き着くだろうね。
If you truly take Maria-chan's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer.
いや、そういうのじゃなくて。
No, that's not what I mean.
昔からこの島には、私たちの知らない誰かが住んでるんじゃないかって話はあったんだよな。
I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Someone has to go into that forest and look.
どこに？
Trans Kenzo confirmed. Kenzo can wear a dress without being trans. You can wear anything. Doesn't matter what gender you want to associate with. You can wear anything you want. Kenzo found some really good moisturizer, made him look younger. Santa is the killer. I'm like, as I'm reading this, I'm like coming up with ideas. I'm coming up with so many ideas, and they get more fucked up as like I learn more information. Right now I'm thinking, okay, so what if oh my god, so what if Beato died? Like, what if Genji in episode 1, I think that's when he mentioned it. Kenzo knew her, he loved her, and she died. And he became incredibly obsessed with like magic and like resurrection, whatever, putting people back together. I don't know. That he did that to her and basically keeps doing that to her over and over, basically trapping her here on Rokenjima. And you know, kind of breaking her when she can't keep going like this. If you, I don't know, it's kind of fucked up. If her fate is inevitable and she'll eventually just die again, wouldn't that kind of break her spirit? Like you're just bound to keep dying again and again and again. So eventually she wouldn't be quite the same anymore. And if he does that for like a long time, and it like keeps repeating over and over and over again, then I don't know. Like the vase, yeah, and she'll never be the same quite again. My theory on what Kinzo did is also fucked up. I kind of want to hear it, but I'm also afraid that if you're right, I'll have your theory in my head the whole time. And then we'll just be proving your theory as you go along. Which isn't a bad thing. But like, what if you're like really good and you figured it out immediately? And then it's basically like a spoiler without being a spoiler, you know? So magic. Yeah, it could be magic. That's fucked up. I think I'm having this idea that she must have been like either reviving herself constantly or being revived constantly if she really did die, if magic really does exist. There's like so many theories that if magic exists, and there's also like a lot of theories that if magic doesn't exist, things could be all symbolic and stuff like that. But I recently read a light novel that also had like people basically repeating certain scenarios over and over and over again and how that like broke them. So that's like something that I keep thinking about. So that's why I keep coming up with that kind of theory, because it's constantly on my mind based on the light novel that I read. And it's very fucked up. That light novel is also really, really messed up. That turned out to be very dark, but also really good. I would not share it here because of that, and also I'm scared of sounding like a dumbass. It's okay, I would never judge you. But I get it. I do want to hear your theory when we, you know, maybe come closer to the truth, if you want to share it at all. But I'm curious about it, and I would never think you're a dumbass. I would enjoy it. Anyway. Oh yeah, I was also gonna say that maybe she's being kept somewhere. Like, her human form is being kept somewhere. And like, maybe there really is another place in the forest or something. Maybe human Beat was being kept there, being revived over and over again. Like a little doll, and that's all she is. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. There has to be something in the forest, right? They keep mentioning it. I really want to look in the forest. I really want them to go there. The forest is really, really big after all. Yeah, what if there's just a human Beato running around? Kinzo, go turn me into a marketable plushie. I really like the Beato Fumo that exists. I want it. Hello, Patrick. Welcome in. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Klaus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Klaus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. A person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Klaus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them who had already given up could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the 4 siblings, or maybe some unknown person, no matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. Well, duh. I have a Beato Fumo, she's great. I like that one. I wanna get it, but I don't know if I don't think it's still available for purchase. Well, someday maybe. If they go to the forest, they'll spend 2 days tromping through the trees in the middle of a storm. I mean, you're probably right. If it's like a really big forest, they probably wouldn't be able to just traverse it easily. But, you know, I kind of want to see it. Every now and then they come up for sale. Oh my god. I gotta keep an eye out, actually. I didn't even know that. I thought they were just constantly sold out at this point. Okay. I gotta remember that. Hello, Skip. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It is not certain that father sent that letter.
会話の成り立たないあなたに主人が呆れ果てただけです。
My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. I like that Natsuhi is defending him, but Klaus is gonna tell her to shut up in just a second.
会話が成り立たないのはどっちよ。
Who's unable to hold a conversation?
私が何か言うたびにあなたは怒鳴ってばかり。
You keep yelling at me every time I say something.
そんな無様で後ろ宮家にふさわしいと本気でお思いなのかしら。
Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? She's literally citing Kinzo's words towards her. This is so fucked up.
予算かエヴァ。
Would you give it a rest, Eva?
夏井さんも
You too, Natsuhi-san.
一度終わった話やで。
That topic's finished for now.
一度ここで頭を冷やさない？
Shall we all cool off our heads for now?
冷たいものでも持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
Let's have some cool drinks brought over.
そうね。
That sounds good.
頭を冷やした方が賢明そう。
It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads.
あなたもそろそろ一服したくなってきたんじゃない？
Don't you want to take a short break too, dear?
姉貴の機嫌が悪そうだからね。
Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood,
一服の方は遠慮するぜ。
so I'll pass on that break.
だが冷たい方は賛成だ。
But I agree about the cold
どう
drinks.
ぞ。誰かに水を持ってこさせてくれ。
Rosa, have someone bring some water.
水差しごとね。
A whole pitcher.
わかったわ。
Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting up the table and retreated from the room.
他に何かご入り用のものはございますでしょうか？
Is there anything else that you require?
ありません。
No.
もう下がりなさい。
Please leave us.
はい。それでは失礼いたします。
Yes, then if you will excuse me.
何かございましたらいつでもお呼びください。
If you need anything, call me at any time. Eva suffered so much and she uses the things that she heard to needle Natsuhi and Jessica. Yeah! And Shannon too. Every woman on this island is getting some from Eva, unfortunately. Youngest sibling, go fetch, technically. And Maria and Rosa. Passing it on. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappearing off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension.
本当にすごい雨ね。
It sure is raining hard.
19人目の魔女は今頃バラ庭園の東屋で雨宿りでもしているのかしら。
I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now.
どうかしらね。
I wonder.
雨はしのげるかもしれないけど、少し肩を冷やしそうね。
They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold.
謎の19人目の来訪者か。
A mysterious 19th person as a visitor.
ちょいと推理小説っぽくて面白い話やな。
Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel.
普通この手の話は18人の中の誰かが語ってるだけで、実際には存在せんと相場が決まっとるんや。
Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, that one of us 18 would be faking it.
私は源氏たちが怪しいと睨んでいます。
I suspect Genji and the others.
やはりどんな難癖をつけてでも片翼のわしの使用人たちは全て解雇した方が良かったんです。
Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all of the other servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we had to make.
まあそういうの。
It's kind of rough. How can you just say that? Why would you dismiss them for the annual family conference? That seems kind of fucked up. Only Kinzo can fire the one-winged eagle servants. I mean, she wasn't gonna fire them, but I guess she wanted to have the normal ones, the non-Kinzo brainwashed servants serve them today. Yeah, I guess, yeah, because they're loyal to Kinzo. I suppose so, but I didn't think that Natsuhi and Klaus were like aiming to do anything fishy on the family conference day. It was the other family members planning it, which is why I'm surprised to hear it coming from her mouth. Come now, don't say that. You must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down.
兄さんもお父様の仕業かどうかはともかく。
I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not father was behind this.
あの手紙をマリアちゃんに渡したのは使用人の誰かだろうという点では同意するのね。
The person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed.
何しろ私たちは夕食までずっと仲良く団らんをしていたじゃないか。
In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we?
兄弟全員にアリバイがある。
All of the siblings have alibis.
マリアに手紙を渡せたのは使用人の誰かだけだ。
Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter.
でも使用人の人たちもみんな
But all of the
ベ
servants
ッドメイクとかで忙しくてバラ庭園のマリアのところへ行く余裕なんかなかったって言ってたし
said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the rose garden.
おいおい、じゃあ何だってんだよ。
Hey, hey, what are you trying to say then?
まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェ様がお越しになって本当にマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したって言い出すのか？
You aren't saying that the witch of the forest Beatrice-sama came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you?
ローザ、昔は信じててすごい怖がってたものね。
Rosa, you used to believe in that so much. It really frightened you, right?
あんたまさかいい年してまだ信じてるの？
Don't tell me you still believe at this age.
森の魔女。
In the witch of the forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis.
まさか
Of course not.
でも18人全員が自分は違うと言っている以上本当に19人目がいるのかもって思っただけなの
I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person.
そんなんあらへんで。第一、船で来たのはわしらだけや。
That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat.
謎の乗船者なんぞ、わしらは姿も見とらん。
We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us.
まさかこの荒海を泳いで渡ってきたっちゅうんか？
You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right?
ちょいと考えられへんな。
I can't really imagine it.
理屈ではそうね。
Logically, that's
この
true.
隔絶された島に招かれていない客が一人隠れているというのは常識的に考えがたいんだけれど。
It is difficult to imagine that there is a single hidden, uninvited guest on this isolated island.
でも
However,
どうもその可能性を捨てきれない人たちがいるみたいね。
it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? It's a devil's proof. Not pre-making the beds for a planned conference seems like a failing on the staff's part. Honestly, yeah. I would assume that that was already done before they got there. Isn't them having to stay in the mansion the unplanned part? Yeah, I guess originally they were supposed to stay in the guest house. So it makes sense that they hadn't prepared the other ones, but I don't know. I know that they clean that VIP room constantly, but I would assume that they also keep the other guest rooms relatively cleaned up at the very least. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't go to that length. Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kiriya had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the 4 siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How could they have come here, and from where? And where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the 4 siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person.
キリエさん、誤解しないでいただきたいが、別に私たちはおとぎ話じみた魔女伝説など、これっぱかりも信じちゃいないさ。
Kiriya-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale-like legend of the witch.
またお父様を侮辱する話ですか?
Is this another topic to insult father?
それを口にすること自体がお父様への裏切りです。
Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him.
まあね。
I wonder.
でもあのお父様ですもの。
However, this is father we're talking about.
あるいは本当に。ねえ。
It could be possible, right?
私は何も知らないわ。
I don't know anything.
なんやなんや。
What's this? What's this?
何を見学になっとるんや。
Why has everyone gotten so gloomy?
どういうことや。
What are you talking about?
つまり魔女伝説は笑い話でもなんでもなく事実だっちゅうんか?
In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact.
そんなアホな。
That's ridiculous.
もちろん、大きにまたがって空を飛ぶ魔女なんて誰も信じちゃいないさ。
Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky.
だが、あの肖像画の女。
But the woman in that portrait.
ベアトリーチェは本当にこの島に存在したかもしれない。
Beatrice might really have existed on this island. I believe so too, Rudolph. Giving you a high five. She did exist at some point, I'm pretty sure. Natsuki actually has the servants put worse sheets on for the family. I can see that. Put on the worst ones. Put on the dusty ones, the grimy ones. I get nervous whenever Rosa and Eva are in the same frame. I just don't want her to yell at Rosa. I hate Rosa as much as the next person, but also she does not really deserve to have childhood trauma be rubbed in her face at any second that she's here with her siblings. They should just, you know, calm down a little bit, you know, chill out. I get nervous whenever Rosa and Maria are in the same frame. Now that's a real danger. Rosa could lash out at Maria too if she's stressed even more. That's a good point.
秀吉さん、魔女とかの話じゃなくて、もっとシンプルな話みたいよ。
Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler.
つまり、こういうことね。
So it must be something like this.
ベアトリーチェという名の愛人を、お父さんがこの島のどこかに隠れ住まわせていたのではないかと、みんなは疑っている。
Everyone suspects that father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living here somewhere on this island.
そういうことかしら。
Is that it?
お父様は自己を厳しく律する模範的な方です。
Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules.
そのような汚らわしい存在を島に連れ込むなど、到底考えられません。
It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. I don't know, is it? Is it really? He seems like the type of guy to do exactly that. Natsuki snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the 4 siblings, including Klaus, didn't agree. Girlie, you think too highly of him. You think way too highly of him. Natsuki, the Kinzo defender, has logged on, yep. Ready to defend him, whatever comes. Natsuhi's cope level is kind of sad. I mean, she really just wants to be the kind of person that Kinzo is looking for in, you know, a wife for Klaus in particular, for example. And I guess she also is looking for recognition from Kinzo, which is kind of messed up considering all of his children really want that from him. And then Natsuhi, who had to give up her family and has to see this family as her own, is also trying to gain Kinzo's approval by basically being his #1 glazer. If Kinzo has no supporters, then Natsuhi is no longer in this world. Correct. Assuming this went roughly the same as episode 1, she is fresh off the back of Kinzo finally acknowledging her as someone worthy of the family name. Wasn't that after the first murder, though? It was after everyone else was already dead, basically. Yeah, that was after all of the other siblings were dead, except for Eva and Hideyoshi. Which is why she went up there all by herself. On the contrary, they appear to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. I'm sorry, Natsuhi-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor has been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rokkenjima were built by Dad on his own. People have always guessed that he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that, hidden somewhere on this island, there's a secret mansion none of us know about. I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiromiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in? That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion. That there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? I don't know, I feel like she isn't in hiding, but she is being hidden, maybe? My memory is much worse than I thought. Don't worry about it. Mine is pretty bad too, so...
何しろ莫大な黄金をどこか秘密の場所に秘密の仕掛けで隠したと吹聴する親父殿だ。
After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism.
この屋敷とてまだ我々の知らぬ隠し部屋があったとしても驚くには足りんね。
I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet.
お母様は存命中。よくお父様の不在をついて屋敷内をしらみつぶしに探し回ってたわね。
When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion, searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that shrine that is no longer there, but was like taken out by thunder and whatnot. I have a feeling that there's something more to it. Like the whole mirror that Shannon ended up breaking and stuff like that. I feel like it had such an ominous feeling surrounding it in episode 1 when they were arriving at the island. And then it had another appearance in episode 2 where we learned more about the shrine and like there being some kind of evil spirit trapped there or whatever. But it also helped Beato apparently to maybe that's why it was blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's why she was able to like make an appearance and everything. Because like the mirror was broken and stuff like that. I feel bad for Kinzo's wife. Yeah. I don't think she was particularly happy to be forced into a marriage with this guy. I don't know. I feel like there might be more to the shrine. And maybe that's where like an entrance could be. They keep talking about scouring the mansion, but maybe it's not inside the mansion but somewhere else. And the only other place that we know of having some sort of significance to like earlier life on this island is like the shrine that was built by some priest or whatever. So I feel like they should look at that more closely. If they don't want to go into the forest, at least look at the shrine that's no longer there. My face when I have to break a mirror cause a witch told me to. I mean, she did it voluntarily after she was basically being offered a deal of some sort. Yeah, it's all gone, but maybe there's something there now that it's gone, you know, like a secret staircase or something that they could go down. I don't know. The shrine itself is gone, but maybe something else is now there since the shrine is gone, you know what I mean? I wonder how many episodes it'll be before they try to really find the gold. Probably a lot more. I know the mirror and the whole shrine is gone. I am very much aware, but you know, a shrine is built on top of something on the ground. What if the shrine is gone and now there's a hole in the ground where they can go into? That's what I'm imagining, you know? Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. See? Hidden stairway? She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. See? It is possible. That's like the only other place we've had mentioned that isn't connected to Kinzo himself. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. That sounds like hell. That sounds awful. If I was like the mistress being hidden in some fucking attic room, like, dude, that sucks. Just end my life at that point. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard,
子供たちが未開の森に入り込まないようにって言って作った怖がらせるためのおとぎ話だったんだけど
the legend of the Rokenjima witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized
なん
forest.
だかそれだけじゃないって気がしてきたわ
But it's starting to sound like there is a little more to the story.
まあ
Well,
何しろ後ろ宮の屋敷以外に何もない寂しい島だからな
as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiromiya mansion on it.
俺やローザがガキの頃はそりゃ雷雨の夜に森から聞こえてくる木々のざわめきに怯えたもんさ
And Rosa and I were little brats on stormy nights when we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the
そ
forest.
の木々の間から不気味な何かが様子を伺ってるんじゃないかなんて妄想
We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees.
ガキだったら誰でも考える自然なものさ
It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that.
だが俺やローザがそう訴えるのを聞いてガキの妄想だろでは済まさない連中もいたってことなんだよ
But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination.
そうだろ姉貴
Isn't that right, Aneki?
ええ
Yeah.
私や兄さんはこの島に隠れ住んでいる愛人が人目を忍んで出歩いていたのを 偶然あんたたちが目撃したのではないかと考えていたわ。
Nissan and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress living in secrecy on this island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking.
もちろんお母様もね。
Of course, Mother felt the same.
古い使用人たちの中にも深夜の屋敷内に肖像画の魔女が徘徊しているというような怪談が語られていた。
Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight.
私はそれを表向き怪談として笑い捨てていたが、内心は秘密の愛人の存在を十分に疑っていたよ。
Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. They make her all seem such a scary, creepy person, but I don't think she's all that. I think she's super sweet, you know, when she's not torturing people in hell, basically, and letting them get eaten up by goats and stuff like that, and killing people through closed doors. You know, she can be really sweet, I think. I could do it if there was an AC, I think. I don't know, sounds like a shitty life. Do they ever name this wife? True. I don't think her name was ever mentioned. It's funny, Rosa believed in the Witch of the Forest projecting on Maria much. True! We're getting a lot more from the siblings this time around. I mean, yeah, they kind of mentioned all of this stuff in episode 1 when they were all in Kinzo's room talking about this kind of shit, but we're hearing it from them firsthand now, which is kind of nice. I could fix her. It'd be very scary going for a glass of water and coming across your dad's mistress. I mean, I'm sure that Kinzo and like the family overall had many business partners come over and stuff like that. Seeing a random person when they have this many guest rooms and stuff, I wouldn't be too surprised. Like, if I saw the witch from the portrait, yeah, I'd be surprised, but also not that surprised. She's not torturing people, just the rich. True. As she should.
となると、この島に19人目の何者かがいるかもしれないってのは。
In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person
全くバカバカしい話でもないっちゅうことなんか。
might not be completely ridiculous.
いや、むしろどこかにいるかもしれないわけか。
That they might actually be somewhere around here?
よくルドルフさんの言う悪魔の証明というやつになったわね。
Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about.
19人目がいることは証明可能だけれど、19人目が存在しないことは証明不能。
It might be possible to prove that there's a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist.
私たちはベアトリーチェという名の人物が島のどこかに潜んでいることを前提に議論を進めるべきなの。
Now that I'm thinking about this, this is the whole discussion that we didn't get to see, right? After the siblings were sent away, we saw everything from the the cousins' perspective. I'm sorry. So now we're actually seeing the discussion that they had before people started dying. Koda is literally just some guy who happens to work here. Well, so is Kumasawa. And Danjo seems kind of normal too. Did she kill Goda? Goda's an innocent person, the rest are summoned by Kinzo. Yeah, she killed she killed Kinzo in both episodes, technically. Why do they always talk like you have to assume one way or the other? Can't we just be open to the idea? Yeah. The main POV seems to be Eva so far. But I like it. I wonder, well, again, I wonder if next episode is going to be from Kiria's POV, since she's like the only other female character that has something to do, like one of the adults, you know? You've had Natsuhi, basically. We've had Rosa, now we have Eva, so I'm guessing Kirie probably next. Or Asumu. Maybe we travel back in time for episode 4, who knows? Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island?
危機管理の基本としては正しいな。
That's a good plan from the perspective of risk management.
いるわけがないと思うよりは、いるかもしれないと用心する方が、はるかにマシだろうよ。
It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist.
そうやな。
I see.
すまん。ちょいと不用心が過ぎたわ。
Sorry, I was a bit careless.
ローザさん、さっきは笑ってすまんかったな。
Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now.
別に気にしてないです。
It's fine, I don't mind. She's not used to people apologizing for being assholes. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. She was so shocked at him apologizing. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean in effect acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction.
親父殿はかつて不意に所在を知らせずに姿を消すことがあった。
In the past, father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went.
何しろ静寂を好むお人だからな。
After all, he is a man who values silence.
わざと所在を知らせず、どこかの書庫に閉じこもっているなどということは、別に不思議なことではなかったよ。
It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going.
しかし、魔女伝説が愛人説にすり替わり、やがてそれは、こっそり愛人のもとへ通っているのではないかと囁かれるようになった。
However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her.
末期のお袋は疑心暗鬼の塊だったからな。
Mom was totally paranoid in her last years.
突然大騒ぎして使用人たちに緊急事態だから今すぐ親父を探せなんて騒ぎ始めることがあったっけ？
She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation.
あったわね。
Yes, that did happen sometimes.
晩年のお母様はそんなことばかりだったから、未だにその怖い雰囲気が拭えないわ。
Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and after that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. That must be such a nice life to have.
今だから言える。
I can say it for certain now.
かわいそうな人だったわ。
She was a person to be pitied.
それでその大々的な家探しの結果どうだったんや。
So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house?
何か見つかったか？
Did they find anything?
いいえ。
Nope.
隠し部屋はおろか、一度たりともお父様が発見されたことはないわ。
Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once.
そしていつも、それからだいぶ時間が経ってからひょっこりとどこからか姿を現すの。
Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere.
どこかの書庫で昼寝していたとか、風に誘われて浜辺を散歩していたとかなんとか言ってね。
Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach.
でも、それらの場所はいずれも使用人たちが必ず探している場所。
But it was always some place where the servants had already looked.
お父様がどこに行っていたのかはいつもわからなかった。
We never knew where father had gone.
当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから。
Even at that time, grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations.
一部の使用人たちは蝶にでも化けてバラ庭園を待っていたのだろうなんて嘘吹いていたっけ。
So some of the servants exaggerated it, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden.
つまりお父さんは誰も知らないどこかへ姿を消すことが頻繁にあったのね。
So, in short, father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went.
ああ
Yeah.
どんなに屋敷中を探しても見つからないんだから親父は屋敷の外へ行っているのだろうという見解になった。
Since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside.
だが屋敷の外ったってそれほど大した場所はない。
But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all,
となると残るのは広大な森だ。
which leaves only the forest. Well, there's a few places where he could have gone. For one, we don't know where the Fukuin house is. I'm guessing it's not on Rokenjima, but somewhere else. He could have gone there, even though someone must have seen him leave the island. He could have also gone into the forest, and he could have also gone to the shrine, you know? If there really is like some hidden staircase underneath where the shrine was standing. He could have gone there. There's like 3 options he could have been outside the mansion anyway. Kenza would have sucked at Among Us. Seems like he would have been pretty good at it.
それで森の魔女伝説と融合してできた仮説はこうだった。
And if you tie that in with the witch of the legend, with the legend of the witch, that's correct, you got a theory like this.
親父は実は森のどこかに隠し屋敷を作っていて。
Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest.
そこにベアトリーチェという名の愛人を住まわせていて、時折通っているんじゃないかってわけだ。
Inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her.
私も当時は若くてね。
I was also young at the time.
親父殿の浮気の現場を抑えてやろうと意気込み、表へ出る親父の後をつけようとしたことがある。
I was so eager to find where father was having his affair that, at one time, I followed him where he went outside.
もちろん失敗したよ。
Of course, it was a failure.
親父は表へ出るとき、異様に人目を嫌い、誰かに見られてないか警戒していた。
Every time father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen, and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him.
それこそ異常なくらいね。
And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempt to do so.
だから逆に確信したよ。
But that actually made me sure.
家人に知られてはならぬ理由で出かけているに違いないとね。
He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about.
そら愛人のところへ出かけるんや。
And that'd be going to meet his mistress.
人目も忍ぶやろな。
Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though it was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen.
まあとにかく
Well, anyway.
西洋かぶれのお父様が自分の夢をまるでスケッチブックに描くみたいに実現したのがこの島なのよ。
This island was like a sketchbook in which father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams.
すべてがお父様の思い通りの島。
Everything about this island was exactly how father wanted it.
愛人を住まわせる隠し屋敷があっても何の不思議もない。
It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. How did no one ever check the forest? No one has ever gone to check it. How do you not do that? I would have been way too curious. I know that they were scared and that they were told not to go there, but like at some point you're old enough, I'm sure, and you would just go there? Like, huh? He was just sneaking off to practice his summoning circles and play with his voodoo dolls. Yeah. It's huge, yeah, but you can like mark your path and you can go together as a group of people, and you can also let people know like, hey, Genji, I'm gonna go into the forest, by the way. If I don't come back, please look for me, you know? I don't know. I'm sure someone would have gone there eventually. I know I would have. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kirie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular.
そのお父様の愛人の噂はいつ頃から？
How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around? Berto's actually off in a Rapunzel tower in the forest. I can see it. Genji with Tattle and Kinzo would have known. I mean, is Kinzo specifically telling them that they can't go there? I thought it was just like, I don't know, like a rule that you can't go there, but maybe not one of Kinzo's rules? I don't know. The only kids in all fiction to actually follow the rules about a mysterious forest in their backyard. Yeah, like, I would have gone there and definitely get lost, but you know, at least I would have fulfilled my dream of going there. Who would give the kids the rule? I don't know, the mother, the servants, trying to protect the children when they're young.
この島に引っ越してきた当初からだから、あれこれ
As soon
30年くらい前だな。
as we moved to this island about 30 years ago.
何しろ隠し屋敷の工事なんて、俺たちが島に来ちまったら無理だろう。
After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here.
人とか機材の出入りがあるもんな。
People and materials would have to be going in and out.
すぐにバレちまうさ。
It would have been exposed quickly. Yeah, parents, Kinzo. Well, there's two parents, you know. Not only one of them has complete agency over the children. I know that Kinzo doesn't like women, but I feel like the mother was also capable of doing some things on her own, you know? I forget the history of the island. It's kind of easy to forget because it isn't mentioned very often. I don't know, have you met Kinzo? I mean, it seems like his wife had some agency, you know? She was able to have the servants call for him and whatnot, and to go search for him. I don't know. Feels like she could also do some stuff separately from him. Maybe it's a building that's already there. I was thinking the same thing. Like in the beginning of the episode, we saw that building where the white-haired Beato appeared. And I was thinking, did I see that background before? I wasn't sure. I don't think I have. But maybe that's like the building that, you know, someone could be hiding in, where someone could have been living in before. I'm guessing that whole beginning scene was Beato living on this island before, and that mansion, that quote-unquote hidden mansion, being somewhere in the forest, maybe? But yeah, I would not go into the wiki. I'm pretty sure they will just spoil you immediately. People and materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly.
だから可能だとしたら、俺たちが引っ越してくる以前。
So, if it was possible, it happened before we moved here.
多分俺たちがまだ小田原に住んでいた頃に、この屋敷の工事と一緒に済ましていたんだろうよ。
It probably could have been built along with this mansion where we were still living in Odawara. Or it was here before you guys moved in here. I don't know. Ever thought about that? Ever thought about it possibly existing before you got here? I mean, I guess if it's Kinzo's mistress, it could be possible that he would have had it built specifically for her, but I'm thinking it was here before they even moved to this island. I got spoiled on the wiki. That sucks.
お父様は家族生活と愛人との生活の2つを両立させようと最初から想定していたと考えるのが妥当なんでしょうね。
Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning.
多分愛人との関係は小田原時代にまで遡るでしょうし。
And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. I mean, according to Genji, it was, it might have even been further back. Like, it was, apparently he made that contract with Beato after his whole family died, basically, so that must have been even sooner that he had met her. Probably.
親父殿が言うように、後宮家復興の軍資金となった莫大な黄金が彼女によってもたらされたとするなら。
If, as father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family,
小田原時代にはもう親交があったと見るべきだろう。
we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara.
莫大な黄金を貸し付けられるだけの信頼関係だ。
A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold.
どれほどの古い縁か想像もつかんね。
I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been.
おそらくお父様が事業で成功する上で何か貴重な助言をしてくれたのでしょう。
Perhaps father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in
それ
business.
に恩を感じ、その人物が黄金を与えてくれたというような言い方をしたと考えるのが自然です。
It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold.
そうと考えれば、その後も親交があったのは当然でしょう。
If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have had a close relationship after
そ
that.
れはおそらく愛人というただれた関係ではなく、後宮家の危機を救った恩人としてに違いありません。
Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from its crisis.
夏希さんの言うのも一理あるかもわからんな。
I don't know if what Natsuhi-san is saying has a ring of truth to it or not.
だが仮にそうでも隠し屋敷を作って住まわせるってのはちょいと行き過ぎた話やろな。
But even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far?
恩だけでは計れん感情があったんとちゃうか。
Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude?
まあ全ては憶測だ。
Well, this is all just speculation.
その隠し屋敷は誰も見つけたことがね。
In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion.
兄貴はこの島をリゾート開発する気なんだろ。
Aniki, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right?
その際、ひょっこり見つかるかもしれねえぜ。
As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by any chance, did you?
案外、そこに黄金もあったりするかも。
Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too. Well, he does have at least one gold bar that he found, so... If you've got all that gold in the first place, why do you need Kinzo's advice? I mean... True.
お前は六軒島を宝島か何かだとでも思っているのかね。
You think Rokenjima is Treasure Island or something?
とぼけないでよ。
Don't play dumb.
兄さんがリゾート開発と称して島の全域調査を計上しようとしてたのを知ってるのよ。
We know that, although you say you're opening a resort, you really have been planning to investigate the entire island, right?
例のトラブルのごたごたでできなくなっちゃったそうだけどね。
Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you?
なんだか知らんが誤解だな。
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding.
島の調査はリゾート化の第一段階として極めて当然のことだ。
Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Klaus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Klaus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion, and under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things or whether it had been based on some physical proof. Still, if Klaus, with all his guile, I don't know, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too.
森に魔女が住んでるっちゅうのはそのまんまおとぎ話やが。
The The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale.
森の中に誰も知らない屋敷があって、金髪の姉ちゃんがひっそり隠れ住んどるっちゅうのも十分おとぎ話やな。
But the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in the mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better.
そうね。
That's right.
シチュエーションだけだったらまるで童話か何かみたいね。
That really would be just like a fairy tale.
ローザ、そういうの好きでしょ。
You like those, don't you, Rosa? Wow. Cannot let an opportunity pass by to give her a little slap on the back and make fun of her.
まあね。
Well, man, she seems to be so on edge from this too.
この島に屋敷を建てた頃は親父殿の特に全盛期だ。
I feel so bad for Rosa being in this situation. Like I don't like her as a character, but still this is like kind of messed up. She doesn't deserve this necessarily. It would only make the situation with Maria even worse. When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity.
金に物を言わせてどんな妄想も実現しただろう。
With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real.
森の中にひっそり佇む魔女の屋敷。
A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits.
親父の好きそうなシチュエーションだ。
It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like.
だな。
Doesn't it?
オカルトチックというか、メルヘンチックというか。
Like something from the occult or a fairy tale.
親父の趣味って気がするぜ。
It feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It's not
お
unthinkable.
父さんがそういう夢を思い描いて隠し屋敷を建てることは不可能じゃないかもしれない。
Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in a couple of seconds, so I'm gonna start it now, and I'm gonna be right back in 3 minutes. Alright, let's keep going. It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams.
でも現実的な話。
However, let's be realistic.
その隠し屋敷に愛する女性を不自由なく何十年にもわたって住まわせることなんて可能なのかしら。
Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient?
さあ、愛さえあれば可能なんじゃない？
Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right?
愛する女性が健やかに過ごせるような設備を？
Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthily.
それもお父さんなりのね。
And in a way that would satisfy Father.
それはたとえ規模が小さかったとしても、趣向を凝らした快適な邸宅に違いない。
For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. True, he'd definitely want to make it something fancy for his beloved Western mistress. With love.
そしてそれを維持するには、
And it would probably need to have
電気、
electricity,
ガス、
gas,
水道、
and running water maintained.
あるいは身の回りの世話に人間も必要かもしれない。
As well as some people to see to her needs.
食事の世話だって大変でしょうね。
Even cooking would be quite difficult.
衣服や化粧品、日用品。
She would need clothes and makeup and daily necessities. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna think about Umineko now when hearing the word love. I get it. I do the same. They're thinking about it in a way that if he was if he had a mistress, that he would want to make it very comfortable for her, But the way that he sometimes ends up talking about Beato is as if she was his possession, basically. He keeps talking about her like, oh, I own you and you're mine and blah, 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 blah. So would he really build a nice house for her and whatnot? I don't know. I feel like as long as she was like somehow in the vicinity for him to look at, that would be enough. Literally, a basement with a cage that she could be sitting in would be enough. There are a whole bunch of things that make me think of Umineko. I think I'll be the same in the end. Like this VN, I feel like is... I always thought that people were exaggerating when they were like, oh, Umineko is so good, it's life-changingly good. But I feel like they might be right. I already do think about this more than I should, and whenever I hear the word love being mentioned in anything else that I consume, I'm like, damn, Umineko reference? That's crazy. Yeah, it's really good. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to father. You know, she may not believe that he had a mistress, but if he did have, he'd be able to make it really comfortable for her because he's just that good. Can you believe it gets even better from now on? I struggle to believe that, but you know, I have high hopes nonetheless. Higurashi managed to kind of get better for me as it went on, so I think Ryukishi is capable of it. For the better part of a decade, my favorite piece of media has been... Oh my god, I don't know how to say that. I do know of it, but every time I mention an anime name, I get told that I said it wrong. So yeah, Basically an unshakable fact, but Umineko is now in contention for that position. It's really good. Kenzo would never cheat, but he'd be the best guy at it is so funny. Technically, that's what she's saying. Indeed. You should never underestimate father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that, Kenzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kitty had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. Thank you, Fita. All of the later episodes make the earlier episodes better in retrospect too, so the whole project feels more insanely good as it goes on. I do really look forward to the Answer arcs. I feel like the Answer arcs kind of made Higurashi even better, so I'm thinking the same will apply to Umineko as well. I do know what you mean. After all, Father's legend of the gold started before he gained possession of Rokenjima. That means his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? in the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right?
体にもボロが出る年頃のはずや。
By that age, the body starts to break
ど
down.
んな屋敷か知らんが、人目に触れんようなほとんど軟禁に近い生活はそう快適とは言えんやろな。
I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost like she was under house arrest.
そうね。
I mean, that's basically what she described, her situation being like, you know? Her being trapped on Rokenjima. They say you gotta read Umi twice for the real experience. I might do that. I like it enough for me to do that, so... Potentially.
お父様が語るベアトリーチェについての話が正しいなら、その縁は30年以上。
That's right. If what father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years.
当時は魅惑的な若い女性だったかもしれないけど、今は私たちと同格のタフな食えない女と考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now.
手紙の内容からも、それは容易に想像できるわ。
I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter.
お前が言うか。
You should talk. What the hell, Klaus? Klaus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back.
よせよ、兄貴。
Quitted Aniki.
そして俺たちの想像が本当なら、親父の遺産問題に彼女は胸を張って参加したいはずなんだ。
So if everything we're thinking is true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high.
何しろ、お袋と違い、相思相愛だった可能性が高いからな。
After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom.
本人には愛人の自覚と同時に正妻としての誇りもあるかもしれない。
Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife.
それはお母様への侮辱にあたりますよ。
That is an insult to mother.
ああ、すまん。
Yeah, sorry.
だが、親父とお袋が親戚の長老たちによる政略結婚だったことは誰もが知ってる。
However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives.
だからこそ、親父に愛人がいてもおかしくないと確信できるわけだよね。
Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. Okay, I think if we're gonna have a little flashback to what actually happened to the family and Kinzo and his, like, arranged marriage, I think this is a good spot to end it. Seems like they're gonna go on a whole rant about that and basically retell what we already know, sort of, from a different perspective, and maybe add a few more pieces of information here and there. So, I think I'm gonna look for someone to raid and go eat my dinner. Good old chili Sunday. Let me see. Who have we got today? Oh god, I'm getting dizzy from looking at the raid list. I am gonna raid. Where did I see them? Where are they? I just saw their stream. It's gone! I wanna raid. Ah, hell. They're still playing Saihata Station. I think, yeah, they're playing the DLC. So let's go say hello to them. And you should also check out Saihata Station. It's a good game. It has yaoi and more. What is better than that? Nothing. Yeah, thank you for being here. It was very fun as per usual. I look forward to reading more. I went longer today because I wanted to make up for talking so much and for taking up some time just going blah, 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 and make some actual progress. I think I did well. But yeah, thank you for being here today. Trace, Irom, sorry, Mingles, Austin, seriously, what the fuck, Clap, Grok. Thank you. Toxic Yaoi, even better. True. It's Toxic Yaoi. We have to put chat in some sort of contraption so we don't distract you from reading next time. No, I think that's the fun of it. I don't hate talking. I think it's actually really fun, or else I wouldn't do it. But you know, that means that I won't get to read as much. But I did try to make up for that. And I think I did pretty good. Anyway, I hope you all have a good rest of your weekend. It's probably going to be the same schedule next week. I'm probably going to play Bloodborne on Monday and Wednesday now, since we finished the other game. Anyway, time is running out. Usual days for Umineko. Bye-bye. Take care.